Chapter 935. Let him explain these things. How could Zhang Feng explain clearly? He could only make up some nonsense. The origin of these things. If he wasn't a liberal art student, who the hell would pay attention to these things? Fortunately, he had been thinking about potatoes during this period of time, which gave Zhang Feng time to recall the gradually blurring memories. But the effect was still very good. Zhang Feng's bow was very sincere. There was no trace of faking it. This was a form of remembrance and sacrifice to the later generations. It was also a form of reminiscence. Li Shimin and the others saw this. They also gradually withdrew the smile on their faces, stood up, and imitated Zhang Feng, bowing to the east. This kind of person who walked the world for the common people, was worthy of their bow. When Li Shimin's subordinates saw the emperor doing this, how would they dare to stand still? Everyone imitated them and hurriedly bowed. After a while, everyone who saw this side of the waterfall, although they didn't know what they were doing, the four great scholars, the divine doctor, and the dean were all bowing to the air. How would they dare to not follow? After a while, Li Shimin's waist was sore. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "All right, your teacher is worthy of all of us to learn from. I'll find someone to bring an artist here next time." "Why do you still need an artist? Can't old man do it?" Yu Shinan lightly patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Although your teacher has been wandering outside, your teacher is a senior that all of us need to remember. This kind of breadth of mind is also what White Deer College is looking for. Tomorrow, old man, take some time to tell me your teacher's story, and I'll draw you a portrait of your teacher. When the time comes, we'll paste it all over the college for everyone to pay their respects. No, we have to make a statue and place it at the entrance of the mountain. Also, we have to spread his deeds and let all the students in the world remember this mysterious teacher. Believe me, this brother is right. This kind of person can be said to be at the peak. We are really ashamed of ourselves." Shueji sighed and rubbed his red nose. Hearing this, Zhang Feng realized that he had been led astray. Was he supposed to dictate the portrait? Who was he going to draw? Biology tutor? That was a woman. Although Lao Tzu respected her. But if it was brought here, wouldn't everyone's jaws drop to the ground? After giving it some thought, Zhang Feng's target was Uncle Lu, the dormitory manager who had always made things difficult for him during his university days. This old fellow, forget it. I'll make you famous. It could also be considered as payback for puncturing your tires more than 10 times back then. Cough cough. Let's not talk about this now. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the topic. However, Yu Shinan and the others were stubborn people. In their eyes, this matter was worth more than opening a sect. In the end, Zhang Feng could only compromise. He promised that tonight he would find a few people to finalize the portrait and the life story of the character. Only then were they satisfied. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "The thing this kid mentioned before is called potatoes. In a year, it can be planted for 2 to 3 seasons. As for the yield per mu, I haven't cultivated it for the time being. I'll only know how much it can yield per mu after it's cultivated. However, a rough calculation shows that it can yield at least 300 caddies." Hiss, 300 caddies? Li Shimin and the others looked at Zhang Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Zhang Feng was talking about a conservative estimate. If it was a piece of white paper, then wouldn't it be? However, at this time Zhang Feng continued. The key is that this thing can be preserved for a long time. It can be used to cook dishes, make soup and eat as rice. The key is that this thing can resist hunger. At this time, Li Shimin and the others were shocked speechless by Zhang Feng's words. The few of them could only smack their lips and heavily pat Zhang Feng's shoulder saying, "Brat, you have a good teacher. Don't disappoint your master's kind intentions." Ouyang Sun's expression was extremely serious. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and stared at Zhang Feng's eyes saying, "Kid, the old man was blind before. I always thought that the gun and the indestructible spear you made were too cruel. Now it seems that the old man was wrong." Fine, fine, fine. The old man now knows your intentions. From now on, as long as you don't take the wrong path, the old man will pretend that he didn't see anything. However, if you let the old man know that you used your things to kill people, the old man will make a fuss even if he doesn't want his life. Do you understand? Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly and promised that he wouldn't muddle through his days in the future. Only then did the old men let him go. Seeing that the emotions of the few people had been stirred up by Zhang Feng's words, Li Shimin couldn't help but be taught a lesson. He was even more eager to get the psychology that Zhang Feng was talking about. Sun Simiao didn't care about this. He chuckled and said, "I think it's getting late. Shouldn't we test out the 8th set of radio gymnastics?" When Sun Simiao said this, everyone suddenly realized that they had almost messed up their plan. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and let the students come up." Chapter 936. Li Shimin gave the order. The students standing at the side, as well as the guards who had been waiting for the order, hurriedly rushed to the side of the mountain not far away. After a while, the densely packed students, as well as the craftsmen who were prepared to watch the show, surrounded them. Li Shimin waved his hand, and everyone walked towards the viewing platform that had been built earlier. After everyone was seated, Qian Wanli walked forward with his back straight. Following the method that Zhang Feng had taught him last night, he walked forward and slapped his forehead with his right hand, saying, "White Deer College's first batch of broadcast gymnastics students have assembled." This novel method really made Li Shimin and the others' eyes light up. Zhang Feng reprimanded Qian Wanli for his incorrect hand gesture. After Qian Wanli corrected it, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Begin." Hearing this, Qian Wanli turned around and shouted at the people who were standing straight, "Everyone pay attention. The 8th set of broadcast gymnastics begins now. Step on the spot. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2 2 3 for stretching." Following Qian Wanli's roar, the students in the square scattered, only to see the densely packed students lined up in a loose line, imitating Qian Wanli's appearance, doing the gymnastics in all sorts of ugly ways. The more Zhang Feng watched, the more awkward he felt. He felt that something was missing. Music. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of an extremely important thing. That was music. Without music, it was as if there was no soul. It would be strange if the exercises were good. There was also the school uniform. Zhang Feng had already thought about the school uniform, but there were thousands of people. The school uniform was also a large sum of money. In this era, cloth was extremely expensive. Zhang Feng really couldn't bear to make a custom-made uniform. In ancient times, this kind of robe was extremely awkward when used for gymnastics. But even so, Li Shimin and the others, and even Sun Simiao, almost wanted to stick close to the students and look at their faces. What is this? This was truly shocking to them. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous thing would have a visual effect that was no less than the scale of a military drill when there were so many people? For a moment, even though the first round of the morning exercise had ended and the second round had begun, Li Shimin and the others were still deeply shocked and unable to extricate themselves. But the morning exercise was coming to an end. After 3 rounds, Zhang Feng saw that they were still the same. He waved his hand and signaled for Qian Wanli to lead them to run laps. "Everyone look forward. At ease. Attention. Turn around and start running 3 laps around the mountain. 1 2 1. 1 2 1. 1 2 3 4. As the loud and clear chants rang out, everyone finally reacted. Li Shimin looked at the group of students who were running with somewhat messy footsteps and asked with a face full of shock, "Is this part of military science?" Previously, he had heard from Li Chengqian that after Zhang Feng and the others got drunk, Zhang Feng had mentioned this matter in the tavern. But it had been a long time, and Li Shimin had forgotten about it. Now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help but recall it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I guess so. This is just the beginning. It's for the students to train their bodies. It can also be used in military science. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the foundation of military science." Now that the matter was settled, just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, he was once again stopped by Yu Shinan and the others. "Kid, don't leave yet. The matter here is settled. Shouldn't we discuss the curriculum of the academy and the rules of the academy?" Seeing this, Li Shimin said to the few of them, "Why don't you wait for a while? I have something to discuss with Fengzi." Li Shimin said. Yu Shinan and the others naturally didn't say much. After the few of them entered the bamboo house and dismissed the students who were brewing tea, Li Shimin said, I saw the cement you used yesterday. I have something to discuss with you. Cement? When the few of them heard this, they instantly thought of a magical thing that could turn into stone in an instant. Their interest was piqued. Hearing this, Zhang Feng gestured to Li Shimin and said, Brother Zhang'an, you can just say whatever you want to say. Do you want to renovate the house? Li Gan told me about this before, but we don't have enough money now. When the academy is done, I'll get Gan Ziyuan to do it for you. Li Shimin laughed and said, Let's not talk about the song first. I have a big business deal here. Are you interested? Big business deal? When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Yu Shinan and the others. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng's action made Ouyang Sun and the others laugh in anger. Kid, do you really think we're old and stubborn? Aren't you old and stubborn? Zhang Feng complained in his heart, but still cupped his fists and said, Teacher, what are you saying? I think we should get your permission first. When Ouyang Sun heard this, he laughed and said, See, this kid is still holding a grudge against us. Haha. Yu Shinan and the others couldn't help but laugh and said, You can decide on these things. After all, there are so many mouths to feed. If we don't earn more money, we'll starve. Fine. It's useless to say that I'm in charge. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly and said, Tell me, what kind of business is it? As he spoke, Zhang Feng picked up the teapot on the table and drank the tea. At this moment, Li Shimin's words made Zhang Feng almost choke to death. You know about the construction of the East Palace in Luoyang, right? I'm going to take over this matter. Chapter 937. Zhang Feng had thought that this business was definitely related to cement. He had thought of renovating the grounds of Chang and City and the Imperial Palace, but Luoyang's East Palace. This was something completely unrelated. Lao Tzu didn't have the ability to split himself into two. Li Shimin smiled and said, Don't be surprised. This matter started with Lord Zhangsun. Last time, when Lord Zhangsun was on his way to the military camp, he happened to pass by the market at the foot of the mountain. Not only did he not complain, but he even praised the market. He even had a home on the cement ground. Yesterday, Lord Zhangsun came to find me and said something. This matter reached the emperor's ears, and the emperor decided to hand this matter over to me. So, Li Shimin was really perturbed by Su Ke. He had pondered over this matter for a long time and hadn't made a decision. After all, if Zhang Feng took over this matter, there was a high chance that his identity wouldn't be able to be kept secret. By then, the matter of renovating Luoyang's East Palace would already be an urgent matter. If it weren't for this drought and the plague of locusts, they might have already started work. However, when Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng's strangely shaped, but rather imposing and elegant house on the mountain, he couldn't help but have a bold idea. That was, he wanted Zhang Feng to use this technology on the construction of Luoyang's East Palace. Zhang Feng also didn't expect that this pie in the sky would fall on his head. Although this was a matter for the emperor, and he might not even have to wait 3 years to be recognized by the emperor and directly enter the palace as an official, benefits and risks coexisted. Such a big fat job. There were many people who saw it. If he stupidly took it at this time, wouldn't he be hated by others? Would he be remembered by others? Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to back out. Well, as you can see, this is a good thing. I know that you, Lao Li, want to help me, but as you can see, the mid-autumn hunt will officially begin in 7 days, and the poetry gathering is imminent. Luozhou is also a few days' journey from here. This, Zhang Feng's tactful refusal made Yu Shinan and the others sigh in relief. They were really afraid that Zhang Feng would accept this job. If he did, then wouldn't the identities of the emperor and the others be exposed? Although this was nothing to them, if it really came to this point, would Zhang Feng still be here? Wouldn't the academy be shelved? This was the last thing they wanted to see. Zhang Feng's answer made them heave a sigh of relief. Even Li Shimin himself breathed a deep sigh of relief at this time. He smiled and said, I knew you would say that. As long as you agree, you don't have to do it. You just have to make the cement. Okay. Zhang Feng heard this and instantly understood. He stared at Li Shimin and said, So you are thinking about our cement formula again? Li Shimin touched his nose and didn't speak. This already meant a lot. Although Zhang Feng was panting with anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, we are brothers, but this cement thing has to be split 50-50. This can't be sloppy, your brother is going to die of poverty. Also, how long has it been since you paid me? There are so many properties, I am waiting for rice to cook on the mountain." Li Shimin spread his hands and said, "Then why did I hear from the old village chief that the cellar behind your house is filled with gold ingots?" Zhang Feng's hair stood on end. He looked at Li Shimin warily and subconsciously looked at this guy. Li Shimin saw this and couldn't help but laugh. "Brat, you're really stingy. I won't tease you anymore. The money thing is definitely not going to be returned for the time being. When you open the door, I will send it to you. Think about it. How many people will come to see you open the door? When the time comes, there will be dozens of carriages carrying gold ingots. How ostentatious will that be?" Zhang Feng heard this and his eyes lit up. "Lao Li, you are so thoughtful. All right, you don't have to discuss this with me. Go find Li Gan. I will leave this matter to him." "Ha ha ha, that's good. I still have things to do at the foot of the mountain, so I won't bother you anymore." As he spoke, Li Shimin gave a fist salute to everyone and then hurriedly left. If not for these matters, Li Shimin would have returned to the palace last night. After all, Li Shimin had not attended court for a day, and he felt a little uneasy. If he rushed back now, he would be able to read more memorials. After Li Shimin left, Zhang Feng explained the timetable and other matters clearly. Only then did he drag his dry throat and stagger out of the small bamboo house. This was caused by smoking too much. After Zhang Feng left, Yu Shernan and the others looked at each other and said, "What did Lao Li mean just now? Could it be that he can't wait to reveal his identity?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and thought for a while, then nodded. "You're right. After all, although we can't see clearly what's going on inside, I feel that something is brewing. Now that Feng Zi's surprise weapon has appeared, Second Master Li will definitely want to start a massacre. At this time, if Zhang Feng is around..." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Was the emperor going to lay his cards on the table? Chapter 938. As soon as he came out of the small bamboo house, Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin sitting in a palanquin and leaving in an extremely ostentatious manner. Zhang Feng really wanted to beat him up. It turned out that the rules of this mountain had been completely corrupted by this group of people. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng began to wonder if he should set a rule for these guys. Otherwise, a palanquin from time to time would really be a bit of an eyesore. And at this time, Zhang Feng bumped into Jingshu, who was enjoying the scenery on the mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a bright idea. Jingshu also saw Zhang Feng early. Seeing Zhang Feng walking over, they also slowed down their pace and waited for Zhang Feng. Zhang Sun and Wu Go had left, so they naturally didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery. After all, everyone's gaze on the mountain really made them feel a little scared. Especially after the eavesdropping incident that night, the two girls were even more reluctant to walk on the mountain. They always felt that something was staring at them from behind. And at this time, Zhang Suan's shout came from afar. "Feng Zi, something happened. Let's go down the mountain." Zhang Feng was shocked, but he couldn't care less. He pulled the two girls and ran toward Zhang Sun. And Zhang Sun almost fell down when he saw this. But now wasn't the time to talk about this. He was out of breath and hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, something happened." Zhang Feng was also annoyed by him. "Say it, bastard. If you don't say it, how would I know what happened? Just now Tang and the others went to eat and met Old Yu and Old Chen. Then Tang was beaten up, and now he's still in your tavern being beaten up." "Beaten up? Tavern?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. He hurriedly blocked Zhang Sun and said, "Tell me clearly, how did they get in?" Zhang Sun was stumped and didn't know what to say. But how could Zhang Feng not know that this group of bastards kicked down his door again? So Lao Tzu's door should be kicked down by you guys? When Lao Tzu makes a pure steel door, you can try it. Thinking of the broken door, Zhang Feng was no longer anxious. He asked slowly, "How's the battle situation?" Zhang Sun Chong scratched his head anxiously. Seeing that Zhang Feng was no longer in a hurry, he cursed inwardly and hurriedly said, "I reckon he'll be able to rest in bed for a month or so." When I arrived, Uncle Lao He was kicking the door of the tavern open with Tai Nio. Now Li Gan is fighting with Han Xian. If you don't go and stop the fight this autumn hunt. Thinking of the mid-autumn hunt, Zhang Feng became anxious. Why are you still standing there? Prepare the carriage, we're leaving now. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Hearing this, Zhang Suncheng ran off to prepare the carriage. Zhang Feng looked at the delicate hands in his hands and thought of the annoying you were. He said, "You guys haven't left the mountain for a long time, right? Let's take a good look around this time. We'll listen to Prince Zhang's arrangements." Jingshu didn't care. She was alone no matter where she went. Zhang Yuyao blushed again. Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to pinch her. Suppressing the impulse, the three of them walked quickly to the mountain gate. Zhang Sun was waiting anxiously for the carriage that had been prepared. Once they got on the carriage, Zhang Sun drove the carriage himself. With a flick of the whip, the carriage rushed down. When it was no longer so bumpy down the mountain, Zhang Feng asked, "Why did old Chen take Tainyo? There has to be a reason, right?" Zhang Sun waved the reins and asked, "Does Lao Tzu need a reason to beat his son?" After seeing Zhang Feng's expression, he shrank his neck and said, "I heard that Tainyo got into trouble at Yanlai restaurant. The girl came to find him." "Huh?" Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. "May I ask how old is Tainyo this year?" In Zhang Feng's view, Lao Li and the others were mostly around 30 years old. Even if Chen Tinia's parents died early, he should be at most 15 to 16 years old. This guy. Rich people are awesome. No, the Tang dynasty is awesome. Zhang Sun counted with his fingers and said, "About 16 years old. We're about the same age." 16 years old? Zhang Feng nodded and asked with a bit of mischief. "This guy looks so flirtatious. Didn't his father say how many concubines he should marry?" Zhang Sun looked behind Zhang Feng with a strange expression and said, "This guy's zodiac is monkey. He already has more than 30 concubines. PFFF. Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 16 years old, more than 30 concubines. F***CK. This. No wonder people in ancient times generally had short lives. If he worked so hard without restraint, it would be strange if he could live long. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about this. After all, this was a family matter. But don't drag your family matter into my little tavern. Even if you don't want your face, I, Zhang Feng, still want it. If someone misunderstood and said that I, Zhang Feng, caused this, then I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. How would Lao Tzu survive in the future? Let's not talk about this first." He couldn't even agree to the mid-autumn hunt. Although Zhang Feng didn't want to get involved in this mess, it had already happened. He had to go. People need face. Old Chen's family could be shameless, but Lao Tzu was thin-skinned. Lao Tzu still wanted to have more than one concubine. Chapter 939. Yulai Restaurant. At this moment, it was completely surrounded. Outside the door, there were onlookers as well as Ma Zhou and the others, who looked confused, blocking the entrance of the restaurant, preventing them from coming out. Inside the restaurant, there were shrill screams, as well as Cheng Yaojin's angry roar. "Kid, Lao Tzu asked you to learn from Fengzi, but you didn't learn anything good. Instead, you learned how to fight. What use does Lao Tzu have for you? Dad, have some conscience. He doesn't blame me for this." "Awoo. Uncle Cheng, it's not Iron Bull's fault. Listen to me." In the restaurant's hall, Li Chengqian tried to persuade him anxiously. However, Yu Qigong, who was sitting there and enjoying this farce, seemed to be used to it. He pulled Li Chengqian and pressed him into a chair. Yu Qigong handed Li Chengqian a bamboo bottle of beer and said, "This is just a small matter. Just sit still. Old He knows what to do. However, what you did this time was indeed a little too much. If it were me, I would throw you guys into the military camp to train." When he heard about training in the military camp, Li Chengqian's hair stood on end, and he immediately stopped talking. He had been paying attention to the military camp. At first, Li Chengqian heard Zhang Feng talk about it nicely, and those things seemed very simple. However, when he went to the military camp last time, Li Chengqian's teeth were chattering because of the training method that Zhang Feng described. That was simply not something a human would do. Carrying dozens of kilograms of stones and running around Shao Mountain, as if their lives depended on it. Even when they were patrolling, They had to carry stones and tie their legs with stones. Who the hell could stand this? Even the burly Niu Jianhu and Yuqi Baolin, who were known as the ones with the potential to become military gods, broke down and burst into tears the moment they saw Li Chengqian and the others. In fact, these two tower-like men had already lost a lot of weight. This was the result of less than 10 days. If they were to carry these stones in the military camp for a month, then wouldn't they become human beings? Thinking of this, Li Chengqian's calves couldn't help but tremble. Li Chengqian could only sigh when he saw the carefree Yu Qigong and the wailing Qing Chimo. He silently mourned for his brother. Good brother, when Fengzi comes you will be free. And Qing Chimo, who had been lying on the table with his butt sticking out, saw Li Chengqian, who had been standing beside him the whole time, sit down. Instantly, his cries became even more miserable. Cheng Yaojin waved his horsewhip and whipped Qing Chimo's buttocks even harder. Brat, if you call Lao Tzu again, do you believe that Lao Tzu will cripple you? What a disgrace to the family. What a disgrace to the family. This time, old Chen's reputation has been King ruined by you. Your mother. Suddenly, an angry woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Old Hey, you son of a Tsich. How dare you hit my son? This old lady will beat you up tonight. When Qing Chimo heard this voice, he immediately started wailing mournfully. Mother, why are you only here now? If you hadn't come, you wouldn't have been able to see your son. When Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong heard this voice, their expressions changed drastically. Cheng Yaojin's hand trembled as he twisted his horsewhip around the beam above his head. At this moment, Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, and the others who were blocking the entrance were rudely pushed aside by a group of burly people. In an instant, a noble lady dressed in luxurious clothes, who could not hide her youthful beauty, rushed into the tavern. Although she had a murderous look on her face, it was still difficult to hide her youthful beauty. She lifted her skirt and hurried into the tavern. The lady was very beautiful. Even though she looked like she was only in her 30s, she wasn't someone that the young girls crowding around the entrance could compare to. The moment the lady entered, she saw the horsewhip dangling above Cheng Yaojin's head, and then looked at Qing Chimo, who was lying on the table and screaming miserably. Her eyes instantly turned red. Great, old Hei Chen. Who gave you the right to do this? Do you still want to hang my son? Great. Since old Yuqi is here today, let's hang him and me in front of everyone so that you won't despise us. Cheng Yaojin was already sweating profusely, but he did not dare to pull the whip back. The key point was that the whip was wrapped too tightly around the beam of the house. If he pulled it back, the beam of the house would be pulled down. Cheng Yaojin felt like his head was about to explode. Yu Qigong also couldn't sit still because when he was angry, Chuishi actually said Yuqi's name. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Sister-in-law, please calm down. We have to talk about this slowly. Tai Niu. Without waiting for him to finish, Chuishi fiercely glared at Yu Qigong and said, You old bastard, to think that back then at Wagong. Great aunt, can you please show some mercy? At this moment, Qing Yaojin hurriedly covered Chuishi's mouth. Cui Dajiao was angry. This time, he was really angry. Cheng Yaojin gave a look, indicating for Li Chengqian to go guard the door. Then he pulled Chuishi's hand and pressed her down on the chair, saying, You can't talk about this. You can't talk about this. Old. What did I tell you at home? Second master has given strict orders. Please have mercy. If you can't, we can talk about it when we go back. Is that okay? Cui Dajiao looked at Qing Chimo on the table and burst into tears. My poor Tai Niu. Why is the life of us mother and son so bitter? How did you end up with such a father? No, wait, we'll go and complain to the emperor. Chapter 940. Yu Qigong also knew that this matter was serious. This damned idiot with a brain full of sperm, who knew when he had provoked a romantic debt at Swallow Descent Brothel. Then, who knew which bastard had actually revealed Cheng Chimo's identity, beating gongs and beating drums as he went to the entrance of the Duke public house to cause a ruckus. This was nothing. It was enough to get some money to send him away. However, the emperor, who had just returned from Shao Mountain, happened to bump into him. This time the fun was big. The emperor had directly said that he must give him an explanation before tonight. What was this? This was simply humiliating the duke's face, and slapping the emperor's face. At this time, he and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but feel anxious. However, they didn't know that Qing Chuma was afraid of being obstructed by Cui Dajiao at home, so they went to the small tavern. But who knew that Cui Dajiao actually came to find them? Yu Qigong saw that the matter was serious. Moreover, it was obvious that Zhang Feng already knew about the matter here. If Cui Dajiao blabbered at this time, and was seen by Zhang Feng, wouldn't that be terrible? He hurriedly gave Qing Chimo a meaningful glance. Qing Chimo also knew that the matter was serious. He hurriedly rubbed his butt and limped forward, lying on Cui Dajiao's knee and said, "Mother, this matter is this child's fault. This child didn't consider the matter thoroughly. This matter has nothing to do with father. As heroes, we should take responsibility for our actions. Today, this child will accept father's punishment." Qing Chimo also thought it through. If this matter was really allowed to continue like this, it would definitely be a big problem. Although he was extremely unwilling to be beaten, compared to the punishment after the emperor's identity was exposed, he still hoped that he would be beaten more miserably. Then, Qing Chimo clearly explained the whole matter from beginning to end. Especially this time, the emperor was angry. This time, Cui Dajiao was completely anxious. "My son Yu, look at what you've done." Cui Dajiao was so anxious that he was about to cry. She wanted to slap him, but seeing Qing Chimo's pitiful state, she couldn't bear to do it. She was so anxious that tears fell. She looked at Yu Qigong and said, "Big brother, what do you think we should do about this? Iron Bull is still so young, we can't keep fighting like this. If it really doesn't work, I'll marry her. What do you think?" Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and sighed. This is no longer a matter of whether or not to enter the family. This matter has angered the second master. "Little sister, what do you think we should do about this?" Qing Yaojin looked at Cui Dajiao with some fear and said, Why don't we secretly find some people to take that woman away? Once we get out of Chang, and we should be fine." "Shut up." Cui Dajiao was so angry that his entire body was trembling. "Look at what you've done. You only know how to beat your son when something happens. Now that everyone in the city knows about this, what do you think we should do? It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, would this have happened?" As Cui Dajiao scolded, he hugged Qing Chimo and cried, "Oh my God! You're asking us to do chores. You dead man, if it weren't for you, would this matter be so serious? If you don't think of a way today, I don't want to live anymore." Qing Yaojin sat there and smoked fiercely. Yu Qigong also had a headache at this time. Looking at the crying Cui Dajiao, he couldn't help but say, "Old Hey, why don't we marry her?" Cui Dajiao's fierce reputation was that when he was in Wagong, even the military counselor avoided him. When this woman was fierce, she could even be compared to a general. If this matter was not handled properly, it might really go wrong. Qing Yaojin was also in a difficult position at this time. Marry her? No, where would he put his old face? It wasn't that such a thing had never happened before. Which of those high officials and dignitaries wasn't dissolute? However, this matter was definitely caused by someone's plot. Otherwise, even if the Yanlai restaurant's procuress was given 100 guts, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, now wasn't the time to think about this matter. The main problem was how to cover up the ugliness while at the same time not letting Fengzi know about it. Thinking of this, Qing Yaojin looked at Cui Dajiao and shouted impatiently, "Stop crying. Don't you find it embarrassing? I'll send someone to bring that woman into the family on a sedan with 8 people carrying her, okay? Lao Tzu is shameless. This time it should be fine, right?" Hearing this, Cui Dajiao slowly stopped crying. He looked suspiciously at the ashen-faced Qing Yaojin and said, "Then what about second brother?" "I'll go talk to Laoli, sister-in-law. You can go back first." At this time, Zhang Feng's voice suddenly sounded outside the room, instantly causing Qing Yaojin and the others to break out in a cold sweat. At this time, Cui Dajiao also saw that elegant and charming young master. Zhang Feng's expression was a bit gloomy. He brought Yuer and Jingshu into the tavern under the guidance of Idiot Wei and Li Chengqian. Once they entered, Li Chengqian couldn't help but give them a meaningful glance, indicating that this matter had been properly handled. However, how could Cui Dajiao see their expressions? He stopped crying and crawled up from the ground. Ignoring Ching Chimo's pull, he rushed in front of Zhang Feng and sized up Zhang Feng. "You said Iron Bull and my old black's brother? That Lord Chancellor of White Deer College, Zhang Feng?" It was also Zhang Feng's first time seeing this beautiful woman. Although he didn't know what was going on, he instantly thought of something when he saw the aggrieved and timid Qing Yaojin and Qing Chimo, who had been pulling him. He hurriedly said, "So it's sister-in-law. This one has always wanted to visit sister-in-law. I didn't expect sister-in-law to still remember me." After exchanging greetings for a while, Cui Dajiao hurriedly asked, "Since you're second brother's brother, then you're also Dajiao's brother." As he spoke, Cui Dajiao patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Zhang Feng's face instantly paled. Following Cui Dajiao's 3 slaps, he instantly squatted on the ground, his face deathly pale. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao hurriedly floated Zhang Feng up. This scene caused Cui Dajiao to be stunned. How was this a soft-footed shrimp? However, when she saw the 2 girls beside Zhang Feng, she seemed to have thought of something. She smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law didn't come for anything else. Since you were able to come back, you must have heard about Iron Bull. Then, sister-in-law can't count on these bastards anymore. I heard that you have a good relationship with second brother. I hope you can inform him?" Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly patted his chest and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Leave this to this one. Iron Bull is my brother. Not a single one of them will be missing. Moreover, once he enters White Deer College, he's my Zhang Feng's man. If any bastard dares to touch my brother, Lao Tzu will fight him to the death." Chapter 941. Seeing this, whether it was inside or outside the house, there were bursts of exclamations. This wave of advertising was simply too good. But the people in the house were also used to Zhang Feng's pretentious guy, so they just coughed. Although Cui Dajiao was a little surprised and did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's words, he understood the general meaning. This time, Cheng Chimo's life was saved. Cui Dajiao hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to sit down and eagerly lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng, asking, "Little Feng, tell me, what are you going to do? And this matter, your brother has been schemed against. You can't just ignore it." While speaking, Cui Dajiao also kicked Qing Yaojin with all his might. Qing Yaojin felt the pain and then reluctantly cupped his hands. "This matter has alarmed second brother, and I even heard that Lord Zhangsun is very dissatisfied with this matter. This matter has caused me to have no choice. If I don't give an explanation, perhaps Tinyu, you won't be able to see him anymore." Yu Qigong also nodded with a serious expression, indicating Li Chengqian, Idiot Wei and the others to go out and block the door. Only then did he say, "Feng, this matter, what do you think?" Lao Li's opinion is also the same. "This matter, obviously someone is targeting us, so old Chen is also anxious to beat him up." Zhang Feng did not even need to think about it. On the way, Zhang Sunchong had already told him the ins and outs of the matter from beginning to end. The matter was very simple. That was to say, he had been schemed against. Otherwise, how could he, the procuress of Yanlai Restaurant, not know the importance of the matter? Revealing the secrets of the guests, no matter where, was a big taboo. In the Tang dynasty, the lightest punishment was 50 beatings, and the heaviest punishment was beheading. But even so, there were still people who leaked the information of Chen Tinyu. Obviously, this was not done by the procuress, so it was troublesome. However, Zhang Feng had already locked onto a few people. They were none other than people from Guanlong, or people from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. As for the nobles of Shandong and the Imperial College, Zhang Feng did not consider them for the time being. Waving his hand, Zhang Feng signaled the 2 of them not to be anxious. Then he said, "Madam, don't be anxious. If you trust me, then go back first. Rest assured and wait for my good news." At this moment, there was another commotion outside the door. Seeing this, Yu Qigong wanted to stop them, but when he saw the pink dress, Yu Qigong knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly urged Cui Dajiao, "Sister-in-law, it's rare for you to come out. This is Brother Zhang Feng's fiancée. Her name is Zhang Yuyao. You should know her. You should also know her." Following Yu Qigong's introduction, Cui Dajiao held Zhang Yuyao's hand for a while, then held Jingshu's hand. He was so envious that he could die. From time to time, he would glance at Qing Chimo and sigh. It was as if he was saying, "Look at him. He's not as capable as him, and the woman he finds can't even compare to a toe of his. What's the use of you?" Chung Chimo was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a mouse hole to hide in. At this moment, Yu Qigong hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, why don't you bring the two of them around?" But before he could finish speaking, Yu Qiyu had already appeared in front of everyone. Seeing her, everyone present could not help but frown. What the hell? Why is this woman here? Yu greets Madam Chun, Old Master Chun, cousin and young Master Li. After making a circle, Yu Qiyu only glanced at Zhang Feng. However, her gaze made even Jingshu frown. Moreover, she acted as if she did not see the two women. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she went to Zhang Feng's side. She actually, just like that, she tidied up Zhang Feng's collar. Gulp! At this moment, everyone inside and outside the tavern stared at Yu Qiyu's every move with wide eyes. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Other than that, there was no other sound. Zhang Feng was also dumbfounded when he accidentally saw Yu Qiyu's eyes. He was just thinking about how to deal with this matter. How could he have known that this vixen would suddenly appear? At this moment, Yu Qiyu acted as if she did not see other people's gazes. She looked at Zhang Feng indifferently and said, "I presume Prince Zhang is worried about nephew Tainyo's matter?" The word nephew almost made Qing Chimo crack. Zhang Feng coughed and did not know what to say. He glanced at the two women and pretended to be calm as he said, "I wonder what Miss Yu means by this?" Yu Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "I just happened to see the scene of that woman coming out of Swallow Descent restaurant. I knew something bad was going to happen, so I arranged for my cousin's servants to deal with it along the way. I also informed Lord Niu. I presume this matter will not be spread too widely. I'm currently looking for someone to investigate." Yu Qigong could not stand it anymore. Although this woman had really helped them greatly this time, did she not know where she was? He coughed and said, "Ahem, this is a man's matter. As a woman, why are you interfering? If you have nothing to do, you should read more about women's virtues." However, Yu Qiyu obviously ignored his words. She looked at Zhang Yuyao and said in surprise, "Ah, is this elder sister Yuyao? You really are as beautiful as the rumors say. No wonder Prince Zhang." Yu Qiyu laughed halfway through her sentence. Yuyao's cheeks turned red and she held Zhang Feng's hand tightly as if she was innocent. Little Cui bared her teeth and glared fiercely at Yu Qiyu. "Ahem, Miss Yu, may I know why you are here?" Zhang Feng hastily coughed and patted Yuyao's lily-white hand helplessly, indicating that she was fine before asking. Yu Qiyu did not say anything. Instead, she sat down beside Jingshu and looked at her. This elder sister must be Miss Jingshu. If Prince Zhang wants to investigate this matter, he will have to ask elder sister Jingshu. Chapter 942. The more they talked, the weirder the atmosphere became. Even Cui Dajiao realized that something was wrong. He coughed and said, "Little Feng, you go ahead. We'll talk later." After saying that, Cui Dajiao glared at Cheng Yaojin and said in a low voice, "Go, go, go, what are you all standing here for?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Yu Qigong wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and left with a sigh. As soon as they went out, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong shouted angrily. Everyone present dispersed. In a dozen breaths of time, not even a shadow could be seen. This time, there were only 4 people left in the tavern. No, there was still Steamed Bun and Little Cui, who were staring at each other. There was also Yu Qiyu, who was happily pouring tea for herself, and Zhang Feng, who didn't know whether to sit or stand. This time, Zhang Feng originally wanted to bring the 2 girls down. He said it was to relax, but it was better to say it as a shield. After all, he couldn't say it out loud. How could he refuse a girl? When he thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache when he saw these people. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. "That Jingshu, tell me, what do you think of the rules of Yan Lai Lu in this matter?" When Jingshu heard this, she frowned slightly, but still said quietly, "Yan Lai Lu is a department under the jurisdiction of the Zhili and the imperial family. Although it is divided into inner and outer sect, the overall existence is to collect information and provide information for the emperor. It is a place to collect money. Therefore, this kind of thing is usually very rare. Unless the emperor or someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs brings the emperor's handwritten order to ask for someone's information, Yanlai Lu won't give it to them. However, from the looks of it, a certain guest must have promised some benefits to the girl, causing her to act in such a manner. Otherwise, this Swallow Descent restaurant is not a place that anyone can enter as they wish. The ladies here have all undergone strict selection and cruel training. Therefore, when Zhang Feng heard this, his frown deepened. It seemed that this matter really involved a lot of things. Zhang Feng couldn't help but glance at Yu Qiyu, who was looking at him. Although he was extremely reluctant to say it, he still asked, "Miss Yu, what do you think?" There was no other way. He could not count on Zhang Yuyao. This girl was still wearing that gauze dress. If she continued to twist like this, who knew if the dress would be torn? As for Jingshu, this was already her limit. After all, as she said, there were some things that couldn't be said. If he said too much, someone from the palace would come tomorrow. At this moment, he could only depend on this mysterious Yu Qiyu, seemed to have been prepared for this. She gently tapped her teacup twice before saying, "It's actually not that difficult. I just want to stop Prince Zhang from participating in the mid-autumn hunt." Mid-autumn hunt? In an instant, Zhang Feng understood. Everything was clear now. It was either someone from the Imperial College or someone from Guanlong, because the Imperial College was basically in the hands of these four forces. Therefore, if he really had to find the most suspicious person among these people, in the end, Zhang Feng still felt that Guanlong was the most suspicious. This mid-autumn hunt would have the greatest impact on the Imperial College. Then, that would be the overall benefit of the Guanlong noble family. Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but turn gloomy. Since they are so eager to die, I don't mind wiping them out. Miss Yu, you were born in Jiangnan, so you should have some connections among the big noble families in Jiangnan. Therefore, I would like to trouble you with something. Yu Qiyu nodded with a smile as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hands. If it were someone else, I wouldn't want to have too much interaction with those ordinary people. However, since it is Prince Zhang's request, I will do my best. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng stood up and cupped his fists. Thank you very much, Miss Yu. I will prepare a generous gift to thank you in the future. Yu Qiyu blinked and said, "How heavy?" Well, Zhang Feng was instantly rendered speechless. Yu Qiyu smiled sweetly as he floated away. It was only then that Zhang Feng heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He had finally sent this troublesome person away. After Yu Qiyu left, Jingshu couldn't help but ask, "Did Prince Zhang deliberately send Miss Yu away?" Zhang Feng was speechless. Wasn't this obvious? If he didn't send Yu Qiyu away, how could he live? These three were each more intelligent than the other. If he didn't send one away, how could he live? Most importantly, Zhang Feng really didn't know who was playing tricks this time. The reason why he sent Yu away was because he found her annoying. More importantly, he wanted to use her connections to find out if the noble families in Jiangnan were related to the noble families in Shandong. This was the most important thing. As long as he knew about this, Zhang Feng wouldn't have to worry about dealing with this directorate. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the fire gun. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. You guys have fun first. Find someone to fix the door while you're at it. I have to go to the basketball court. This time, I have to teach personally. Chapter 943. What did this mean? Zhang Feng knew it very well. It was obvious that someone was targeting him. He couldn't get into Wangshan. But Chang'an city was crowded with people. It was the most suitable place for such petty tricks. Would Zhang Feng be afraid? He wouldn't, but these guys were afraid. These guys were all treasured and stubborn. Which one of them wasn't notorious in Chang'an city? It wasn't difficult to see that they had shifted their target from Zhang Feng to Chen Tinyu and the others. This was a little tricky. Obviously, they wanted Zhang Feng to have no one to play. Zhang Feng didn't even need to think about these people's tricks. Lao Li and the others had a close relationship with Lord Zhang Sun, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. But what about Hao Chujun and Lai Ji? The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more scared he became. When he arrived at the basketball court, everyone was still playing basketball, but everyone was listless. There were fewer onlookers around. Basically, There were hundreds of basketball courts in Chang'an City. These people went there to spend their remaining strength and hormones. After all, Zhang Feng's dream of making a promise was still needed. Zhang Feng's arrival made everyone feel a little better, but they were still a little absent-minded. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown and wave his hand to signal everyone to stop training. He asked, "Li Gan, what's going on?" Li Chengqian walked to Zhang Feng listlessly and sat down next to him. He said, "Li Ji and the others just received a message from Luozhou. It said that Li Ji and the others' families have been burglarized recently. They also received some inexplicable threats. So do you know why?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He guessed right. Looking at the absent-minded Li Ji and the others, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "I didn't think this through. But don't worry. Li Gan, tell your father about this immediately and ask your people to bring their families to your business." Li Chengqian nodded. "I've already done it. After my father knew about Tai Nyo's matter, he already sent people to do it. But they are still very worried. If this continues, no one is confident." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be a little angry. If it was really found out that the Guanlong Group did this, the Guanlong Group's days would come to an end. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng stood up and took a deep puff of his cigarette before he said, "Pack up your things and return to the academy immediately. We'll continue our training there. As for the matters at home, you don't have to worry. Just as I've said before, as long as you're a member of my White Deer Academy, you'll die if you touch them." Hearing this, Hao Chujun said, "My father just sent a letter. He has already entrusted Luozhou's provincial governor to temporarily settle Li Ji, Guoshuyi, and the others in the magistrate's office. It should have been 3 days ago. Although we are not afraid of death, we are willing to face it with the dean. We are willing to face it with the dean." Li Ji and the others were trembling with excitement. Hao Chujuan's words represented everything. At this moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, the one under the most pressure was still Zhang Feng. Thus, they were already relieved that their families were settled. As for what Zhang Feng would do next, they had no objections. However, when they heard Zhang Feng's words, they were still very touched. After settling this matter, Zhang Feng made a trip to Niu Pai Huang's place. After confirming that Niu Pai Huang was fine, Zhang Feng wrote a note and allowed Niu Pai Huang to go up the mountain. After all, it was safer to leave such an important business in his own territory. Although Zhang Feng had previously planned to spread these things around Chang'an, it now seemed like it was all too early. After that, Zhang Feng was still worried, so he made a trip to the Chang'an magistrate's office to understand the situation from Niu Weili. This time, Niu Weili got people to carry out dozens of large boxes filled with copper coins. He pointed to the boxes and said, "This is the money from selling the basketballs. There is a total of more than 300,000 strings of cash. After deducting the tax, there is still more than 290,000 strings of cash." Zhang Feng did a rough calculation in his mind. In the past 3 days, even if Niu Pai Huang worked overtime, he could only get more than 30 basketballs. How much was that in total? 100 copper coins per basket. More than 30 basketballs would at most be 400 copper coins. Where did so much money come from? Zhang Feng could not help but ask hurriedly, "Brother Niu, what's going on? Where did so much money come from?" Hundreds of thousands of copper coins was not a small amount. Even if Zhang Feng was used to seeing banknotes and gold ingots, this room full of money still shocked Zhang Feng greatly. Seeing this, Niu Weili said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Brother, do you really not know, or are you playing dumb?" Zhang Feng widened his eyes, pointed to his nose and asked, "Your brother said it. If you don't say it, who would know where so much money came from?" These are the deposits sent by the rich families of the various prefectures, as well as the buddies of the Kuju teams. Chapter 944. In the marketplace of Tonghui Lane, a group of people in dark blue uniforms were carrying a dozen big boxes, shouting along the way, slow down. Be careful, don't bump into Prince Zhang." "Don't you have eyes? How can you bump into something like this? Boy, do you want to die?" In front of this group of people, Zhang Feng swaggered like a local rich man. 100 euros, while turning his head to look at those boxes from time to time. The shouts attracted a large number of people. What's going on? God, they're from the Tang and local government. What's in the box? Is it money? Suddenly someone exclaimed, I know. Do you guys remember that last time Fengzi said that this thing called basketball needs to be paid at the magistrate's office? In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the box, unable to move away. Needless to say, there was definitely money in the box. With so much money, could it be that this basketball was popular? More and more people gathered. In the end, almost all the people along the way followed curiously. When the local government runners saw this, they couldn't stand it anymore. They hurriedly shouted, What are you looking at? Get out of my way. Don't block the way. Don't crowd around. With a series of shouts, everyone finally made way for a small path that could only allow a few people to pass through. It went straight to the door of Zhang Feng's tavern. At this time little Cui, who had just repaired the door, didn't have time to clean up the sawdust. When she saw Zhang Feng and the people behind him, she was so shocked that she dropped the broom in her hand. She hurriedly ran into the house and shouted, Miss Jingshu, something happened. You come out and see. Young master. The two women were sitting in the tavern with a worried frown. When they heard little Cui's words, they instantly became anxious. They didn't have time to ask anything. They ran to the door and saw Zhang Feng striding into the tavern. The moment he saw the two women, Zhang Feng excitedly gave them a big hug. Of course, this hug was easily avoided by the two women. Zhang Feng had asked for a snub, but he laughed and said, Jingshu Yuyao, come. Take a look, what is this? While speaking, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Come on, just put them in the middle. When the bailiffs heard this, they hurriedly moved the tables and chairs in the middle of the tavern away. Then, they arranged the chests neatly in the middle of the tavern. Zhang Feng generously pulled out a handful of banknotes and stuffed them into everyone's hands. After closing the door with great difficulty, he rubbed his hands and said, Little Cui, come, open all the boxes for me. This time, it was Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu's turn to be dumbfounded. Little Cui didn't know what was going on, but she still followed Zhang Feng's instructions in a daze. She tore open the seal of the government office and opened the first box. In an instant, the stinky copper coins in the box attracted everyone's attention. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were instantly stunned. Then, Zhang Feng and little Cui opened the rest of the boxes together. For a moment, not only the three women, but even Zhang Feng himself was stunned. Although these were all scattered copper coins and didn't look as spectacular as the whole box of gold ingots, when more than a dozen boxes of copper coins were placed together at the same time, the shock was undoubtedly the same as a car full of 10 yuan being smashed into your house. But now they also encountered a fatal problem. So many years ago, so many people saw it. This place was still not safe. Zhang Feng was also worried. What to do with so much money? It was good to go to the treasury to exchange for banknotes now, but when the academy opened, they would need a lot of money. This back and forth was a little troublesome. For a moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but rub his head and sit on the money box. He sighed and said, I was worried when I didn't have money before. Now that I have more money, I'm even more worried. Jingshu also realized this and couldn't help but ask, Didn't Prince Zhang plan to use the money? Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Didn't I go to check the basketball situation today? As soon as I went in, Niu Weili directly brought me so much money. Guess how much it is? The two women shook their heads with some doubts. I don't know. I knew you guys wouldn't know. When I heard it, I was also shocked. That's 297,000 copper coins. Money is not a problem now. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, The key problem is that so much money. Now that Chen Tiniu and the others have returned to Shao Mountain, it is definitely not safe to leave so much money here. This is the biggest problem. Where are we going to stay at night? Zhang Feng spread his hands and asked the most important question. Shao Mountain? Now the sun was setting in the west. It was even more unsafe to leave the city. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao looked at Zhang Feng's room and then looked at each other. They couldn't help but say in unison, Did you forget that you have a villa? Chapter 945. Zhang Feng had really forgotten that there was a villa. He had inherited this small pub in Chang'an City, So he really didn't remember there was a villa there. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Jingshu, are you sure I have a villa? In Chang'an City? This was Chang'an City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He wished he could strangle Jingshu with both hands and ask her which rich man had given him this villa. Jingshu ignored Zhang Feng. Instead, she looked at Zhang Yuyao. Zhang Yuyao was a little confused and said, Prince Zhang, have you forgotten about the villa? You won it when you gambled with old Master Li, didn't you? This time, Zhang Feng really remembered it. He slapped his forehead hard and gave the heir a big middle finger. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? Damn it. When Zhang Yuyao said this, he really remembered it. He couldn't help but lose his composure when he gambled with old Master Li last time. He grabbed Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu and said, Let's go, where are we going to stay tonight? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chang'an City was built on the foundation of the original Chang'an City in the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. It was located on the Longsho Plateau in the southeast of the original Chang'an City in the Han dynasty. In terms of ecological environment, Chang'an City at this time was much more pleasant than Xi'an in the future. At least, the climate of Chang'an City at this time was more pleasant. Now the Guangzhou area and the northern part of Shaanxi were already covered with lush vegetation. There were also 8 rivers in Chang'an, and mainly the Weishui River. From the north bank of Chang'an, and there were Luo River, Ba River, Chan River, Shuo River, Feng River, Bai River, and so on. They formed a large network of water conservancy that was like a net, entangling Chang'an City. Therefore, there was a saying that there were 8 rivers in Chang'an. It was also called the 8 rivers in Chang'an. Where there was water, there was scenery. At this time, Chang'an City was the imperial city and was heavily guarded, so it was relatively safer and peaceful than other places. Therefore, there were even more villagers and rich families gathered here. With more people, the number of rich families increased. Correspondingly, the real estate industry was flourishing. Zhang Feng suspected that the current emperor might be interested in buying a house or a piece of land. The best location of the mansion of the 16th prince was close to the Daming Palace. The reason why it was chosen as the location of the mansion of the 16th prince was that it was close to the Dragon Vein of Longsho Mountain. Naturally, the place where the Dragon Vein gathered was the Taiji Palace in the Imperial Palace. Zhang Feng was very puzzled. Along the way, he heard Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao talk about the mansion of the 16th prince and the city. He could not help but ask in confusion, I say, Laoli is really awesome. He can get such a good place where the mansion of the 16th prince occupies. It seems that he really put in a lot of effort. Jingshu shook her head and said, This is inevitable. Master Li's mansion was built for old Master Li to serve him in his old age. Who knew that it would benefit you in the end? At that time, it was rumored that this mansion had collected many rare treasures, and was extremely luxurious. Although it was built on 2 mansions, it was built after the 2 mansions were connected. But it still took 2 years to renovate. That's not all. The most important thing is that this mansion took 3 years. Think about it. How luxurious will it be? Rare treasures, extremely luxurious. As Zhang Feng listened, he was a little impatient. He could not help but urge the sedan bearer. Man, speed up. You will be rewarded later. The sedan bearer was overjoyed. He waved the horsewhip and said, Then old Master Zhang, madams, please sit tight. Jia. The word madam instantly made Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu blush. But at this time, only Zhang Feng could appreciate it. Following a shout, 8 carriages carrying simple luggage and belongings, as well as a dozen boxes of copper coins, instantly followed Zhang Feng's carriage and sped up again, passing through the busiest area of the Eastern Market. The most conspicuous thing was the tiger skin recliner in the carriage behind Zhang Feng. If it had not been for the Yamen runners escorting them, the imperial guards and patrolling soldiers would have come to inquire about it. Even so, those who recognized the recliner still screamed in excitement. Old Master Zhang is back. Although many people did not know who Old Master Zhang was, people who could live in the 16 royal cities were obviously wealthy and respectable people. At this time, with the movement of the carriage, more and more people saw and even heard about Lord Zhang's return. The first to know was the people from the 16 royal residences, as well as the people from the High Duke's public houses. Although they did not know who Old Master Zhang was, the mansion was the only mansion left. Who could live in the mansion so ostentatiously? Who else could it be other than Zhang Feng, whom their old master had been talking about? Wei Zheng and the others were very surprised when they heard the news. After confirming it several times, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others stood up and said, "Let's go to the mansion." Chapter 946. Before arriving at the Wang residence, Zhang Feng could already hear the clamor and clamor. He couldn't help but lift the curtain of the sedan chair to take a look. His eyes widened. He saw that both sides of the street where the Wang mansion was located were densely packed with peddlers. There were even some barbecue stalls. Most of them were merchants dressed in different attire, and they were everywhere. Zhang Feng only needed to think for a moment before he understood. Those who were qualified to live here were either rich or respectable people. It was a typical area of the rich. Why did so many people come here? It was all because of money. But it was also because of this that there were really many people wearing fashionable, bright and luxurious clothes on the street. In Chang'an City, if one could find someone who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, which one of them would not be arrogant? However, the people here, including the servants, were all wearing fashionable silk clothes. But these people were very low-key. Everyone was just doing their own things. They were not like the country bumpkins in the outer city who were curious about everything they saw. If they wore slightly better clothes, their nostrils would spit fire. But there were also some who followed the fashion. After all, Zhang Feng was sure that the barbecue merchants here were the most numerous in Chang'an City. Therefore, these people who wore the traditional clothes of the Tang dynasty would more or less wear some barbecue accessories to show their difference. The integration of foreign culture made this street the most beautiful street in Zhang Feng's mission. Even the food culture here, as well as the culture of clothing, food, housing and transportation, was somewhat affected. For example, the barbecue, which was the pulp of Xinjiang in the future, the Indian flying cake, and the kind of thing that Zhang Feng couldn't name. He only knew that some strange things were put on the leaves of the betel nut, burned with fire, and directly stuffed into the mouth. But there were people here who dared to try it. The people of the Tang dynasty were quite open-minded. After all, this was the richest place in Chang'an City. They would vomit after eating ordinary things. Occasionally, some exotic customs would add some spice to their life. It could be seen that the people of the Tang dynasty were really open-minded. Perhaps it was because of this that there was the rule of Zhengguan, and something else after that. Even the barbecue stall he had invented had some changes. For example, the Turks' favorite 3 baskets of milk, Tubo's grape wine, and Tubo's hummus were all placed on the wine rack beside the barbecue rack, for people to choose from. The Tang rode the Fergana horses of the Turks, drank the Turks' 3 baskets of milk, and ate the barbecue invented by Zhang Feng. Some people didn't even play with their favorite birds. Instead, they rode horses, led Tibetan mastiffs, or pugs from the western regions, and wandered the streets. It was simply too eye-catching. There was no limit to acting tough. Zhang Feng gave that guy a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. That Tibetan mastiff was even taller than a calf. Zhang Feng was afraid that if this thing went crazy, would it eat people on the street? However, Zhang Feng could only shrug in response. It had nothing to do with him. He simply leaned against the sedan chair and fantasized about the things in the villa. After a while, the sedan bearer's shout made Zhang Feng open his eyes. "Old Master Zhang, we're here." Hearing that, Zhang Feng lifted the curtain and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. Outside the sedan chair, Wei Zheng and the others were already standing in front of a mansion that was at least twice as large as other mansions. The 2 pillars at the gate were actually made of red sandalwood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Obviously, this was not a place that ordinary people could live in. However, Zhang Feng could vaguely see traces of modification. From Zhang Feng's point of view, this should have been the residence of a prince or something like that. As for who exactly it was, Zhang Feng really didn't have time to think about it. Beyond the pillars were 2 bronze and wrought iron gates. Just by the gates alone, it wouldn't be a problem for 2 horse carriages to drive side by side. What was even more exaggerated was that this gate was directly the height of a house. There were 2 large stone lions at the gate. Those guys were not inferior to the stone lions at the gate of the imperial city. With this look, Zhang Feng became even more puzzled. However, before he could ask, the ruddy-faced Zhang Sun Wuji walked up with a laugh and joked. How is it? Isn't this mansion grand? Under the urging of Jingshu and Zhang Yiyao, Zhang Feng walked down the carriage and sighed. This can't be described as grand at all. Old Wei, you're the most down-to-earth here. Tell me, which prince used to live in this mansion? Damn it, this is simply a miniature version of the imperial city. Are you sure it's okay for me to stay here? The few people seemed to know that Zhang Feng would have such a shocked expression. Everyone laughed and said, Don't worry if there's no paperwork here. Who would dare to live here? You already have the title deed in your pocket. What are you afraid of? Let's go, we're still waiting to drink good wine. Under the urging of everyone, Zhang Feng walked to the gate in a daze. At the gate of the mansion, there were already servants and maids that Jingshu had bought in advance. When they saw the arrival of the group, these servants were already excited to the point of panic. Each of them shrunk their necks and stood on both sides of the gate to wait for the group. When Zhang Feng walked to the gate of the courtyard, Zhang Shan personally led the madam and the others out of the courtyard with a smile. They blocked the path of Zhang Feng and the others and said, Wait. Come, bring the brazier and ignite the firecrackers. Chapter 947. The group of people waited. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to say anything, they clamped him down. Amidst the crackling sounds of firecrackers, Zhang Feng was placed in a brazier. A thunder that shakes the heavens, sweeping away the bad luck behind. 2 feet stepping on fire, the days are prosperous. 3 steps over the threshold, the days are better and better. Prince Zhang is back. Zhang Feng was in a state of confusion as he was carried into the courtyard. In his confusion, he saw old man Li, whom he had not seen for a long time, unwillingly wander out from behind a white marble rockery screen at the entrance of the courtyard. Following behind him were Li Shimin, Zhang Sun Wugo, and the others. Once he saw an acquaintance, Zhang Feng came to a realization and said, Wow, this is all your wicked idea, isn't it? Seeing this, Li Yuan was so angry that his teeth itched. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, Boy, if you don't want to live here, give the deed to the old man now. The old man is going back on his word now. With that said, Zhang Feng hugged his chest and spread his hands. This is a small matter. I'm not in charge now. You can ask Yu Yao and Jingshu for it. As long as you can pull down your face, I don't care. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. He really did not expect Zhang Feng to play this hand. He was so angry that he waved his hand. After holding it in for a long time, he said, This courtyard is Lao Tzu's wedding gift to you. But boy, that you should take it easy. Although the courtyard is given to you, Lao Tzu here does not like her. It was Li Yuan's first time coming to the courtyard. The reason why he used this to bet with Zhang Feng was, on one hand, because he was still angry with Li Shimin. On the other hand, in his opinion, could this place be better than the imperial palace? But today at noon, he learned that Zhang Feng actually thought of this place and was swaggering about moving. He also knew that this boy actually got a few 100,000 strings of money. Out of curiosity, he wanted to come and take a look. But he did not expect that this look almost made Li Yuan want to beat Li Shimin up with regret. Such a good courtyard, you should have told me earlier. His heart ached. But when he thought of that group of old guys on Shao Mountain, and compared it to the villa on Shao Mountain, in the end, Li Yuan could only fiercely swallow his anger. But he still pulled Zhang Feng and said, Kid, didn't you promise Erlang to go to Luozhou to build the East Palace? If you have filial piety, then go find me a better courtyard than this one. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to see this old man hold a grudge over this matter, right? This is a big move. Speaking of this, it really made Zhang Feng a little nervous. He hurriedly promised, Old master, don't worry. I will talk to Lao Li about this later. When the time comes, this kid will design a unique and awesome villa for you. I guarantee it will be the only one in the world. How about it? Ha. Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed and said, At least you have a conscience. This matter is settled. You are not allowed to go back on your word. Deal. While talking, this old and young pair hooked their arms around each other's shoulders and yelled at Wei Zhang and the others to play cards. At the door, Yu Qigong and the others, as well as Yu Shinan and the others who were notified by Li Shimin, all came. They lined up in front of a table set up by Zhang Shan's housekeeper at the entrance of the residence, staring at each other. They really did not prepare any gifts. But when they heard that Li Yuan actually gave this courtyard to Zhang Feng, this made everyone nervous. They stared and called Li Shimin over. Originally, Li Shimin wanted to escape. But when he was called over by Yu Shinan and the other old guys, he could not do anything. He could only sigh and remove a jade token from his waist and throw it to the housekeeper, saying, "This jade token was personally bestowed by the emperor. It can exempt 3 capital crimes. Take it as a housewarming gift for Fengzi." This time, Zhang Shan was so happy that he almost fainted. He grabbed Li Shimin's hand and hesitated for a long time. He was so excited that he could not say a single word. In the end, he was personally invited into the courtyard by Zhang Shan. Prince Zhang's housewarming, second Master Li presents a death exemption jade token. Following the housekeeper's roar, this time, everyone was nervous. "You look at me, I look at you." In the end, they scampered back to get the congratulatory gifts. Originally, they all wanted to see what this courtyard looked like. But after Li Yuan did this, who would not be worried? Fortunately, the dukes were very close to here. They left a few servants and hurried back to the residence. Master Wei's residence sent a carriage of ancient scrolls and a set of Han Dynasty carved lacquer ware. Master Feng's residence sent a painting of Shoshan, a housewarming gift. Master Chen. As the congratulatory gifts were presented one after another, Zhang Shan's mouth trembled. "We're rich, we're rich. Ha ha ha, we're rich." On the other side, Hao Qujun and the others were worried. They were all Zhang Feng's children. Logically speaking, they should give gifts. But at this time, they were scared by the gifts of the masters in front of them. How could they give gifts? Looking at the few strings of money in their hands, they silently prepared to leave. But at this time they met the old scholar and Li Gang together. After seeing this scene, old Xiu berated, "As the dean's disciples, this place should be managed by you. The gifts are small, but the feelings are important. Does your dean still care about you?" Hearing this, they lowered their heads in shame. Li Gang said with a smile, "What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you going to arrange the banquet? Don't tell me you want your master to do it personally?" Chapter 948. In the end, Zhang Feng was unable to play his cards. With the addition of Yu Shinan and the others, the few old fellows directly took over the small lake in the back of the villa. The villa was divided into the front, middle, and back areas. The front yard was mainly used for the master's office, receiving guests, and so on. The middle yard was the resting and leisure area, while the backyard was where all kinds of rare and precious plants were planted. It was the master's most precious private area. Outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission. The layout of the villa was divided into east, west, north, south, and center areas. It was very reminiscent of the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams. Although Zhang Feng had only taken a quick stroll, he still couldn't help but be amazed. This Motherf * Ker's entire estate was at least 1,000 square meters. If this was the Xi and city of his previous life, how much would it cost? Along the way, groups of servants and maids carried all kinds of seasonal fruits, hurriedly shuttling back and forth in the courtyard. Basically, all the people he had a good relationship with from Chang and University and Xiao Mountain had come. This couldn't help but add a lot of liveliness to the villa in an instant. Why is Prince Zhang here alone on such an important day? Just as Zhang Feng was in a daze, a voice that could melt one's bones rang out, instantly waking Zhang Feng up. Looking at Yu Qiyu, who was smiling sweetly, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "I didn't expect Miss Yuer to also come. I missed you." Yu Qiyu's rather invasive eyes stared fixedly at Zhang Feng as she spoke. Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Yuer, there are many good men in this world. Why do you?" Yu Qiyu also withdrew her smile and pointed to a patch of grass in the forest. The two sat down side by side and said, "I know they don't like me, but I really do like young master. I don't know what young master is thinking, but you really likes young master." Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but Yu Qiyu covered his mouth with her small hands. She continued with bleakness in her eyes. You was born like this. If I had known that everyone was afraid of you, or his appearance, I would have used a knife to destroy number one's face and these two shields long ago. But you also know that a woman like me has never had a choice. Back in Jiangnan, many wastrels and rich men fawned over my beauty. If you didn't have that kind of means, how could I meet young master today? Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. After thinking for a while, he wiped the tears from the corner of Yu Qiyuer's eyes. At this moment he didn't know what he thought of Yu Qiyuer. If he said that he didn't like her, then he would definitely be lying. But if he said that he liked her, who wouldn't like her? Sigh. Zhang Feng sighed. After some thought he pulled Yu Qiyuer into his arms. In that instant, Yu Qiyuer's body stiffened as if she had been electrocuted. But the moment she leaned on Zhang Feng's shoulder, she felt an indescribable sense of relaxation, warmth and safety. Yu Qiyuer took advantage of the situation to take Zhang Feng's hand and stroke it over and over again. When I first came to the capital, I didn't know what Prince Zhang looked like. Some said that those who could write such poems were all over 50 years old. Others said that those who could become great scholars were mostly old men. But you had no choice. In fact, it was because of Prince Zhang's poems that I was willing to come to Chang'an. This is also fate. You doesn't blame anyone for letting me meet you. The people around you aren't wrong either. Indeed, if a person is addicted to beauty, he will sink for the rest of his life, just like King Yu of Zhou. This time Yu Qiyuer said everything she wanted to say. Then she left Zhang Feng's shoulder and wiped her tear-stained cheeks. She smiled and said, Your villa is very beautiful really. You as content to be able to see this today. Tomorrow you may return to Jiangnan. There's a letter from home saying that the king of Lingnan was the matchmaker. You as content to be able to become a princess. As she spoke under Zhang Feng's stunned gaze, Yu Qiyuer got up and reluctantly let go of Zhang Feng's hand. She let go of his fingers one by one, then smiled sadly and said, Prince Zhang, if fate wills it, goodbye. Don't go. Zhang Feng instantly came to his senses. He grabbed Yu Qiyuer's hand and hugged her tightly from behind. He whispered in her ear, Give me some time. It's no use. Yu Qiyuer shook her head with a bitter smile. This isn't something we can decide on our own. You knows what she wants. You can't give me what I want. I can. Zhang Feng firmly growled in Yu Qiyuer's ear. Yu Qiyuer shook her head, trembling all over. Drops of tears fell on the back of Zhang Feng's hand. Things in this world, if they can really be. Before Yu Qiyuer finished speaking, Zhang Feng pulled her and strode toward the backyard where Li Yuan and the others were. Although he still didn't know whether what he felt for Yu Qiyuer was love or something else, at this moment, Zhang Feng made up his mind for the first time. He wanted to keep Yu Qiyuer. Although Zhang Feng knew that he might lose a lot if he kept her, Zhang Feng at least had no regrets at this moment. Chapter 949. Zhang Feng knew that Yu Qiyuer's ambition wasn't small, and that he might not be able to control her in the future. However, he also knew that at this very moment, if he really let Yu Qiyuer leave, then he really wouldn't be able to see this woman who could make his heart pound with excitement at first sight. Zhang Feng suddenly felt that he was asking for a beating. He clearly knew that the road ahead wouldn't be easy, and he also knew the intentions of everyone around him. Although Zhang Feng looked to be in his 20s, in terms of scheming and intelligence, everyone present really wasn't necessarily a match for Zhang Feng. However, when it came to love, Zhang Feng was still a novice. He would also be impulsive and let his emotions affect his decisions. At this very moment, when this woman shed tears, he completely threw them to the back of his mind. However, Yu Qiyuer was clear-headed. Earlier, when she learned that Zhang Feng had moved, she was abnormally excited. However, when she arrived at the gate of the park, she just happened to hear Li Yuan's words. At this moment, she knew that her little thoughts might really have bewitched Zhang Feng. However, in front of the emperor and the retired emperor, she was still an 18-year-old girl. Any thoughts were so powerless in the eyes of these two people who played with the power of the emperor. She was ambitious. As a person, who could be as indifferent to fame and fortune as Zhang Feng. She couldn't do it, especially for someone like her who had been held in the palm of everyone's hand since she was young. However, After she stayed at the gate of the park for an hour, she finally understood. At this moment, she forcibly broke free from Zhang Feng's hand, looked at Zhang Feng sadly, and shook her head saying, "Feng Gij, can I call you that?" Zhang Feng forced himself to calm down, and nodded his head heavily. "Brother Feng, I've decided. We need to be calm about this matter. I'm preparing to return to Jiangnan. If one day you can enter the court and become an official, we will naturally meet one day." As she spoke, Yu Qiyu looked at the setting sun and then quietly snuggled up in Zhang Feng's arms. She said, "I've always liked power. Perhaps this is the reason why everyone around you doesn't think highly of me. Therefore, I'm going to use these 3 years to prepare both of us. Brother Feng, I want to leave Chang'an tomorrow. Before I leave, I want to..." A rare flush appeared on Yu Qiyu's cheeks. Slowly, Yu Qiyu's lips trembled as she pressed her lips against Zhang Feng's. A moment later, their bodies stiffened. "Come with me." At this moment, Yu Qiyu also let go of her reservations. With a flushed face and panting breaths, she pulled Zhang Feng into a nearby room that seemed to be filled with junk. Zhang Feng's mind went blank. This was his first kiss. He didn't care anymore. He had been desperately thinking about how to position Yu Qiyu if he wanted to keep her by his side, but the moment a delicate body burrowed into his arms, Zhang Feng completely lost his mind. On the other side, Jingshu witnessed everything, but she didn't say anything to stop them. She knew she had no right to stop Zhang Feng. She could see that Zhang Feng liked her and Yu Yao, but she didn't know whether Zhang Feng had been bewitched by this sudden appearance of Yu Qiyu. But Yu Qiyu's words just now had deeply shaken her. Yes, in this era, if a woman wanted to protect herself from a pack of wolves, what would she do if she didn't have a layer of protection? Just like how she was in Swallow Descent restaurant. If she hadn't met that old palace maid, what would she have done? Perhaps she would have been reduced to a plaything? Younger sister Jingshu, have you seen Prince Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Yuyao's anxious and joyful voice slowly sounded not far behind Jingshu. Jingshu hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes and shook her head. No, he probably went to entertain the guests at the door. Oh. Zhang Yuyao glanced suspiciously at Jingshu, but didn't think much of it. She pulled Jingshu aside and said, "Old Master Li and the others want to see you. They said they want to hear you play a song to toast." Jingshu had already sorted out her emotions. After taking a discreet glance at the room, she left with Zhang Yuyao. She knew that this farewell was exchanged with Yu Qiyu's life under the noses of the emperor, the retired emperor, and many other dukes. If these people were to find out, Yu Qiyu would definitely not live to see the next day. But Jingshu still silently prayed in her heart for this person whom she had barely spoken to, who could perhaps be called a sister. The two women left. She also sent away all the servants in the courtyard. That was all she could do. As for whether something would happen, she could only resign herself to fate. At least, nothing would happen to her lover. She envied Yu Qiyu. If she had half of Yu Qiyu's courage, she wouldn't have ended up like this. She also didn't know what Zhang Feng was thinking. To be honest, she was really looking forward to how Zhang Feng would face them after this incident. Perhaps it wouldn't be holding hands. Chapter 950. The lights gradually made the originally darkened courtyard reveal a different kind of charm. Since the evening, more than 30 servants in the courtyard had been hanging lanterns in every corner of the courtyard and on the trees. Zhang Feng, who was in a daze, was awakened by the noise outside. Looking at the shadowy figures outside the door, when he got up, he found that all his clothes were taken off. Then he suddenly remembered everything that had happened just now. He looked around the room anxiously, only to find that there was no trace of Miss Yu, except for him and a patch of red on the gunny sack beside him. It was as if Miss Yu had never been here. Zhang Feng looked at the patch of red on the gunny sack sullenly, with mixed feelings in his heart. At this moment, the impulse was also awakened. Although he had seen this kind of drama countless times in the movies and harem dramas in the future, he also knew that this scene had happened to him. Zhang Feng was a little disappointed, and also a little disappointed. Was Yu Qiyu really a bad woman? He could not tell. But as Yu Qiyu had said, if a woman did not have a layer of disguise, could she maintain a pure body and move around in the mixed circle of the Jiangnan aristocrats with ease? As for her desire for power, She just wanted to give herself something to rely on. Alas! Zhang Feng sighed deeply. At this moment, he did not know how to face Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu. Now that such a thing had happened, Zhang Feng could not help but have a headache slowly. At this moment, an anxious cry could be faintly heard from outside the door. Have you seen Master? The banquet is about to start. Have you seen Master? Master, Prince Zhang, Prince Zhang. Zhang Feng sighed. After tidying up the crime scene, he slowly slipped out of the courtyard when no one was paying attention. This was not the time to think about this problem. When he slipped out of the back door, he saw Jingshu standing there with a lamp. When she saw Zhang Feng, she didn't say anything and just silently held Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng was stunned. You saw it. The lantern in Jingshu's hand swayed, but she didn't answer. She just said, she left. This is what she left for you. She left about 10 minutes before you came out. I opened the back door for her. You don't mind, right? While speaking, Jingshu suddenly turned around. Her eyes were a little misty under the light. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare blankly. He couldn't help but hug Jingshu's slender waist. Looking at that familiar yet strange face, he said softly, "Thank you." Zhang Feng didn't read the letter. It wasn't the right time. After hugging Jingshu, the two returned to normal again. They bypassed the backyard, and the noise gradually became louder. Zhang Sun, who was chatting with Yuchi Baoqi, saw the two people appear. His eyes couldn't help but brighten. Oh, Fengzi is here. This roar instantly made many people present heave a deep sigh of relief. This guy disappeared for 2 hours. Although they didn't know what he was doing, as the host, it was always a little improper to do so. However, the people who could come here were all close to Zhang Feng. Obviously, they didn't care about this point of Zhang Feng at all. They had already picked up the wine and meat to eat and drink. Fengzi, come and sit. Li Yuan smiled and waved at Zhang Feng. Only then did Zhang Feng recover. He cupped his fists at everyone and said, I didn't take good care of you. I didn't take good care of you. Just now, I had a sudden burst of inspiration. Looking at the sunset, I couldn't help but create a new poem. The people who could come were all literary masters or high-ranking officials. When they heard that Zhang Feng was writing a poem just now, although some people were puzzled, most people couldn't help but be attracted by the poem created by Zhang Feng. Although Li Yuan had doubts in his heart, he didn't want to disturb Zhang Feng in front of so many people. He said, Why don't you say a good poem? Do you want to wait for old man and others to invite you? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and motioned Li Yuan not to be anxious. Then, under the surprised, puzzled, and even jealous eyes of everyone, he asked Xiao Cui, to bring a jar of white wine. After drinking for a while, Zhang Feng looked at the vaguely bright western sky and said, The sunset is just beginning, the floating clouds have not returned. The river is bright and drinking far away, the canyon rain falls and flies. The goose finally flies high. The bear feels fattened. The autumn parting guest is still there, the bamboo dew is faint in the evening. It's just a poem. In an instant, everyone was silent for a long time. Then more than 30 people sitting at the front yard suddenly exclaimed one after another. Even Yu Shernan and the other 3 people got up excitedly and asked almost at the same time. Boy, this poem, is it really written by you just now? Who wrote it for? Who wrote it for? Zhang Feng looked at the sunset with a complicated gaze. For yesterday, for the past, for the ancients. Isn't it happy to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new? Several people were a little suspicious. In the field of poetry, no one could understand the meaning of it better than them. Li Shimin sighed slightly and shook his head. Good poem. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses and toast to Zhang Feng's poem. Fengzi's poem is not bad. But I think the last sentence of Fengzi's poem is better. Saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. Isn't it what our Tang dynasty needs most at this time? Saying goodbye to yesterday's unhappiness. We are about to be like Zhang Feng today, getting rid of yesterday's bad luck. Unhappiness, we need to look at a brand new tomorrow. Isn't this kind of curiosity happy? Chapter 951. After being complimented by Li Shimin. In an instant, everyone present praised Zhang Feng's talent. Zhang Feng just chuckled. While no one was paying attention, he whispered into Li Qian's ear while toasting. Make a copy of this poem immediately and give it to you, or personally. If you're my brother, help me once. I Zhang Feng owe you a favor. Li Chengqian sighed. He left without saying anything. Others might not know what Zhang Feng had just done, but as the crown prince as well as Wei Zheng, these wily old foxes, how could they not know what Zhang Feng had done? However, they also understood Zhang Feng's meaning from this poem. This was a farewell. The banquet officially began with Zhang Feng's poem. Perhaps Zhang Feng was drunk, or perhaps he was still distressed by Yu Qiyuer's departure. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the liquor that Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu had secretly hidden. Zhang Shan's face changed in anger. However, under Cheng Chimo's whisper, Zhang Shan excitedly pulled Cheng Chimo aside and called him brother. What else could they do? Wait for these people to finish drinking all the liquor? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. It wasn't until the gong sounded that everyone left resentfully. Most of the people stayed in Zhang Feng's villa. Anyway, there were plenty of rooms here. Even if 100 people stayed here, it would still be able to accommodate them. In Zhang Feng's living room, Li Yuan and Zhang Shan sat at the head of the table. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng and the others sat below, slowly drinking tea. Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu poured tea for everyone over and over again. Yu Shinan and the others nodded repeatedly. All right. In any case, the 2 of you are the mistresses of this courtyard. Just let the servants do this. Sit down, this old man has something to say. Li Yuan waved his hand and motioned for the 2 to sit down. Then, after looking around, Li Yuan said, the housewarming of this courtyard is settled. Although it's a bit rushed, this is the residence of the 16th prince. We can't be too ostentatious. However, this house is already here. Zhang Feng said speechlessly. Is my previous tavern not a home? Li Yuan smiled disdainfully. Look at which businessman lives in a tavern. You are a person of status. Don't you feel ashamed to let your 2 women suffer like this? Hearing this, Zhang Feng could only surrender. Li Yuan continued. So I've decided that when the academy opens, we will settle the marriage. This is also a status for Yu Yao and Jingshu. Otherwise, if you say you don't care, what will the world think? Zhang Feng opened his mouth, but nothing came out in the end. Fine. You have the final say. Li Yuan acted as if he didn't see Zhang Feng's unwillingness and said, you 2 basically know about the academy's property. Last time when you went up the mountain, you should also understand the meaning. While speaking, Li Yuan looked meaningfully at the old scholar and said, Brother Zihuai, don't you think so? The old scholar didn't even lift his eyelids and just nodded. Fengzi's matter, he can decide on his own. But this cram school has no owner, so the old man thinks that we as outsiders should not get involved. After all, the young people are living their own lives. If we get involved too much, it will be beneath our status. The old scholar's words made Li Yuan's face sink slightly. Didn't this mean that he got involved in the matter between Zhang Feng and Yu Qiyu? The old elementary scholar really meant it that way. Although Zhang Feng was a rascal, he was shrewd. As for Yu Qiyuer's matter, when he was at Chang'an University, he had inquired a lot. What kind of people were in Chang'an University? They were all stubborn people in Chang'an, and the 2nd generation of officials in Chang'an. They knew these things better than anyone. The reason why he didn't stand out clearly was that he wanted to see Zhang Feng's own opinion. He didn't want Zhang Feng to regret coming to his age. As for the poem just now, he naturally understood the meaning behind it. He changed the topic and asked, Fengzi, that poem just now, do you have a poem? Wanqing. Without thinking, Zhang Feng recited the 5-character quatrain of the poet Saint Du Fu. The old scholar nodded his head and stroked his beard. Good poem. However, there are some things that should be done before it is too late. Once you miss out on something, you can only regret it for the rest of your life. Therefore, before you do anything, you must think carefully. Li Yuan couldn't help getting angrier. He said coldly, Brother Zihuai, please come into the room. The old man has something to say to you. After all, you are Fengzi's elder. Let's talk about this matter. Mr. Zhang, you don't mind, do you? How could Zhang Shan dare to mind? At this time, the coldness in the 2's words made him tremble with fear. He nodded hurriedly. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, but in the end, under Li Shimin's signal, he sat down. When the 2 entered the room, Li Shimin said, It's getting late. I have to go back. I'll disturb you another day. While speaking, he left with Zhang Sun, Wu Go and Li Tai, who made faces at Zhang Feng. When Li Shimin left, Wei Zheng and others also hurriedly bid farewell. As for Yu Shernan and others, they just patted Zhang Feng's shoulder slowly and followed Zhang Shan to their guest room. At this time, in the living room, under the flickering lights, only Zhang Feng and the two girls were left. Both of them couldn't help but start to get nervous. This conversation was obviously targeted at them. Chapter 952. In the inner room. Behind the screen in the living room was Zhang Feng's study room. The study room was very large and was basically copied from Taiji Palace. At this time, on the soft couch in the study room, Li Yuan sat there lazily and squinted at the old scholar. The old scholar stood there with his hands behind his back without fear. Although there was a little dust and vegetable juice on the white robe, the old scholar still did not bend down to clean it. After looking for a moment, Li Yuan sighed and said, "Brother Zihuai, how many years has it been? Do you still want to make things difficult for me?" "No, I just can't stand it. Old man has been upright and plain-spoken all his life. He can't stand people who want to meddle in everything," the old scholar retorted without mercy. Li Yuan seemed to have expected it. He smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you had let it go. For more than 10 years, you were in a corner of Chang and City and I was in a corner. How similar are we? But I can see through it. Why can't you see through it?" "Fengzi," the old scholar waved his hand and said, "Don't involve Fengzi in this matter. Although I don't know what you are planning, if you dare to interfere in this matter, old man will tell Fengzi the truth even if he has to risk his life." The truth that the old scholar said was naturally the identity of Li Yuan and the others. Hearing this, Li Yuan really did not know what to say. After a moment of silence, he said, "You also know that we have no evil intentions. The matter between Erlang and Fengzi, as well as all the things that have happened during this time, you must have seen them. I have long regarded Fengzi as a friend, as you when you were young. Don't mention the past." The old scholar scolded angrily, which was rare for him. It seemed that he did not want to mention the past, which was like a nightmare. Li Yuan bitterly laughed. "All right, since you're unwilling to mention it, then I won't say it. However, I presume that you also know about Miss Yuer's matter. Fengzi's way of dealing with people is to go with the flow, and he doesn't have too much of a greedy heart. However, this Yuer's heart for power is too heavy. If they walk together..." The old scholar waved his hand. He also sighed and said, "Uncle Li, I've said this before. Fengzi can make his own decisions. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have gone to Yangzhou, and Yangguang wouldn't have. Don't tell me you want to repeat the same mistake?" With this, Li Yuan finally shut his mouth. A pained expression appeared on his face. A moment later, Li Yuan said, "I indeed did not consider the matter back then thoroughly. That is why I do not wish for Fengzi to repeat my mistakes. Presumably, you have inquired about Yuer's matter in the academy. You have always treated Fengzi as your son. It is not appropriate for me to say much about this matter. However, let me remind you that although this matter does not seem to be a big matter now, the things that Fengzi has grasped, once it falls into someone else's hands, even Erlang and I won't be able to protect it." Li Yuan did not lie. The things in Zhang Feng's head, anyone could think of, and there were even people who had always wanted to murder Zhang Feng. If it were not for the Chang and garrison waiting around, as well as Li Shimin and Li Yuan standing on the surface, Zhang Feng. But now, once this Yuchi Yuer got involved, everything would be hard to say. It was very likely that the network that Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and the others had woven to protect Zhang Feng would be completely broken. It was not that Li Yuan was not considerate. Zhang Feng was a lazy fellow who was used to going with the flow and was carefree. However, the old scholar said, "Have you ever thought about what is the most important thing for a woman or a person to protect themselves? Power, as well as a sense of security and a backer. Another example is a drowning person. What does he want the most? It is to get a life-saving straw. I know about Yuer's matter. The reason why she is like this is because she wants to survive in the midst of a pack of wolves. It is impossible that you do not know about this matter. But what about you? You strongly rejected her as soon as you met her. Is this to protect her? This is to make her and Fengzi feel guilty for the rest of their lives. It is even likely that love will turn into hatred. This is a seed of hatred. Think about it again. Fengzi's character is a prodigal. Naturally, it is impossible for him to support a family. What about Jingshu? Do you think she can play this family well? Can she let the Zhang mansion operate in this Chang and city with ease? Do you think Zhang Yuyao can do it? They may be good, but that is before you appeared. A family must need a good wife and a good mother to manage the house, but also needs someone good at business. You just said that Fengzi's property is now all over the place, and there will be countless things in the future. Do you think a good person can bear a big family business? You are right. A gentleman is important, but a villain is also necessary, just like the situation in your family now. What is old Wei? What is old Sun? What is old Chen? Only such a combination can form an invincible family, but you don't want to see Fengzi rise with such a family. I want to ask you, what are you afraid of? Chapter 953. Li Yuan was silent. The old scholar was right. He understood the principle of mercy not controlling soldiers and righteousness not controlling wealth, but he really couldn't see through this Yuqiyu. At this time, the old scholar's words couldn't help but move him. Outsiders couldn't participate in Fengzi's things, especially his life and property. No matter how they protected him, Zhang Feng still needed to bear the burden that he should bear, such as the responsibility of a man, the harmony of a family, and so on. However, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu, although Jingshu was very scheming and very good at planning, Li Shimin wanted to give her to Zhang Feng because he valued her. However, she wasn't good at socializing and speaking, so it was a bit difficult. Although Zhang Yuyao was good, she was too simple. Without scheming, she was easily deceived by scheming people. These two lived well, but as the head of a family, to control the operation of the entire family, they were really a bit lacking. This was still an ordinary family. However, was Zhang Feng an ordinary family? No. Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He got up and patted the old scholar's shoulder, saying with a wry smile, "Brother Zihuai is still the same as before. Whatever you say, you hit the nail on the head. I admit that you won this time, but I still insist on letting nature take its course. What do you think?" While speaking, Li Yuan also handed the old man a cigarette, but the old scholar acted as if he didn't see it. He sat on the soft couch and said, "This matter old man Zihuai will explain it clearly to Fengzi. However, under the premise that this matter hasn't completely lost control, you still have to come forward. At the very least, you have to protect Miss Yu, Li Yuan had no other way. He could only nod, and then leave with his hands behind his back. In the living room, Zhang Feng and the other two sat quietly, thinking about their own worries. After seeing Li Yuan come out, Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao hurriedly got up. Zhang Feng glanced at it lazily, and then did what he was supposed to do. Li Yuan happily gestured for the two women to sit down before looking at Zhang Feng. "Kid, old man will come to talk to you about something tomorrow. I will let you go today. As for this engagement, you can do as you see fit. As long as you feel worthy of them, it's fine." While speaking, Li Yuan gave Zhang Feng a meaningful glance, and then hurriedly left. This time, Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. "You guys were the ones who forced me to get married and go on blind dates, and now you're just going to let me do as I please? What was the meaning of this?" But in this case, Zhang Feng really breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, although he was now a person of the Tang dynasty, his soul was still that of a good young man in the 21st century. Although he dreamed of having 3 wives and 4 concubines, he was a little overwhelmed at this time with only 3. If there were more, how bad would it be? Therefore, Zhang Feng had a headache about marriage. If there was no Yu he might not have a problem getting married when the hospital opened. But the key was that Yu appeared. And now she had sex with him. The true meaning of first love was hard to forget. Perhaps Yu wanted Zhang Feng to be unable to forget her? However, even if Yu did not think so, as a man, would he let her be alone outside? Then he was not a man. At this time, the old scholar appeared in front of Zhang Feng without him knowing. He sat on the main seat opposite him, smoking while staring at Zhang Feng. This action made Zhang Feng have goosebumps all over his body. After watching for a while, the old scholar asked, "Tell me, what do you think of Yu?" This. Zhang Feng could not help but be at a loss for words. Looking at Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu, Zhang Yuyao's face turned red. She got up and was about to leave, but the old scholar stopped her. They were going to eat under the same roof from now on. Since they were both here, they had to have a good talk. Zhang Feng was stunned. Jingshu's eyes flashed with a look of as expected, while Zhang Yuyao's face turned even redder. She stood there, not knowing where to sit or stand. She was so anxious that she could only change her clothes. The old scholar pretended not to see and said to himself, "Since you've done it, you have to take responsibility as a man. No matter what anyone says, you have to hold on to what belongs to you. That is what truly belongs to you. Anything else can only be used as a reference. Don't be swayed." When Zhang Feng heard this, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in his head. He really did not realize that he had slowly started to pay attention to other people's feelings. He had even been led astray. How could he not understand what the old scholar had just said? If Zhang Feng had to say it, he would have said it better than the old scholar. However, he had forgotten about this matter. Now that the old scholar had mentioned it, he suddenly came to his senses. "Old scholar, you are right. This matter is my fault." As he spoke, Zhang Feng smiled and grabbed Jingshu and Yu Yao's hands. "Previously, I was shackled by some unwarranted things. Now that I think about it, it's really... But now that I've thought it through, don't worry. Once I'm done with my work, I'll definitely give you a wedding that you'll never forget. How about it?" Chapter 954. Yuchiyu felt as if her entire body had been torn apart. However, the pain in her body made her feel a little sweet. However, the crack in her heart made her feel as if she had lost all her strength at this moment. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did the emperor and retired emperor reject her so much? Was it because of her face? Yuchiyu sat in front of her dressing table and stared at the beautiful face reflected in the bronze mirror. For the first time, she felt a sense of disgust. She had once been proud of this face, a face that could easily move through the many great clans of Jiangnan. But for the first time, she felt lost. She hated it. Yuchiyu sat in front of the mirror for an entire night. Early the next morning, a maid knocked on the door. Yuchiyu only reacted after a while. "Miss, it's time to leave, but there's someone at the door. He says he's looking for Miss Yu. He's from the palace." Yuchiyu turned around with some bitterness. She glanced at the door, then said indifferently, "Let him come." "Miss Yu, I'm here on retired emperor's orders." An old eunuch's voice sounded at the door. The moment the voice sounded, Yuchiyu froze. She had no choice but to hurriedly open the door and bow slightly to receive the order. The old eunuch was naturally one of Li Yuan's men. He glanced coldly at Yuchiyu, then said indifferently, "Retired emperor said to take care of yourself. He and his majesty will no longer interfere in the matter between you and Prince Zhang. However, you must remember not to implicate the Yuchi family." After saying that, the old eunuch looked meaningfully at Yuchiyu and said, "That's all. This is the result of His Majesty, retired emperor, and Her Majesty's discussion last night. I don't need to say anything more about Prince Zhang's matter, do I?" Seeing that Yuchiyu didn't speak, the old eunuch continued, "I'll give you a word of advice. If you want to stay, don't think too much. Prince Zhang is the most awesome death exemption gold medallion. Do your wife's affairs well and manage the household and property is the right path. Do you understand what I mean?" Yuchiyu's face was already covered in tears. She was pleasantly surprised, but more than that, she was at a loss. The old eunuch glanced at Yuchiyu, then slowly walked away. After he left, the servant girl happily helped Yuchiyu up. "Miss, you don't have to leave. There's no need to leave." Was there really no need to leave? Yuchiyu turned her head and looked at the poem that Li Chengqian had personally delivered to her on the dressing table. She couldn't help but be at a loss. She had indeed thought about scheming before, but after thinking about it for the entire night, she understood a lot even though she was still unwilling to give up. So what if he had immense power? So what if he had the power to overturn the world? She was a woman, and all she needed was a safe harbor, a man who truly loved and cared for her. Before last night, she didn't understand. She couldn't tell if Zhang Feng really liked her, but Now both the emperor and the retired emperor had taken a step back. It seemed like this was what Zhang Feng had fought for last night. This man, was it worth it? Silly man. On the other hand, Zhang Feng woke up early in the morning. Because he was still unmarried, Zhang Yuyao followed him back to the Zhang residence last night. Jingshu followed them as well. Being smart, she didn't say anything about what she had seen. Zhang Feng was so touched that he couldn't wait to take her on the spot last night. But this was how it was in this dynasty. If unmarried people did things, they would be punished. If it was a light punishment, they would be beaten. If it was a heavy punishment, they would be locked up in a water dungeon for a year. If one could survive a year in that stinking ditch, they would be considered amazing if they could even stand up. That was why the water dungeon of the Tang dynasty was the most terrifying existence. They wouldn't beat or scold you, and you would eat and drink 3 meals a day. There would be meat and wine, but if you wanted to poop, you would have to do it in the water. If you wanted to sleep, then you would have to soak in the water. In the water prison, you wouldn't be thrown into the water. Instead, this prison cell was the same as a normal prison cell, except that it was built in a smelly ditch. If you were lucky, you could sleep on the bed even if the quilt on the bed was wet during a drought. However, if you were unlucky, you could sleep on the water bed when it rained. In less than a month, even if you didn't freeze to death, you would be killed. But there was a doctor here. As long as you had a headache or fever, he would do his best to treat you. This was the most nerve-wracking part. At the thought of the water dungeon, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shiver. Pushing open the door, a maid hurriedly helped Zhang Feng wash up and tidied up his hair. Zhang Feng moved his arms and looked around the courtyard. Along the way, 2 little maids followed him closely. Zhang Feng waited until there was no one around before he glared at the 2 maids and said, "Immediately prepare a sedan chair for me to go to the city gate." The maids were stunned. But this was the master's order. They didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly went to prepare. But at this moment, the servant at the door hurriedly reported, Master Li has come to visit. He is already waiting in the living room." Zhang Feng frowned. "Master Li? Which Master Li?" "It's a head full of white hair." Before the servant finished speaking, Zhang Feng instantly understood. He hurriedly left the servant and went to the living room. But at this moment, at the city gate of Chang'an City, a long line of carriages with no end in sight was slowly approaching. After the leader of the group handed over a document, the guard was shocked by the goods. He asked, "Are you sure these carriages are filled with tobacco? Are they for the Chancellor of White Deer College, Prince Zhang?" Chapter 955. In Zhang Feng's living room, Li Yuan was lying on Zhang Feng's tigerskin recliner, smoking leisurely and playing with Zhang Feng's small wine jug. Seeing Zhang Feng come in, he took the opportunity to put Zhang Feng's wine jug into his arms, which made Zhang Feng want to hit him. Why is Lao Tzu like this, and his son like this? As expected of his biological son, Zhang Feng pretended not to see it. Anyway, this thing can be mass-produced now. If he likes it, I'll just give it to him. As soon as he entered the door, Li Yuan laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to wake up early today. Why can't you sleep because of your little lover?" Zhang Feng asked calmly, "What little lover? Don't talk nonsense. By the way, why are you looking for me today? I'm still busy. Are you interested in the Dongdu?" Li Yuan smiled faintly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He asked, "What do you think of the Dongdu?" Zhang Feng didn't know what was wrong with the old man today. He actually learned from Lao Li and asked this kind of thing that could cause him to lose his head. But looking at the origin of this courtyard, Zhang Feng made a gesture of silence this time. After dismissing all the servants, he said, "Old man, did you take the wrong medicine this early in the morning? This matter is not something we can inquire about." Li Yuan asked subconsciously, "Why can't I inquire about it? Isn't this related to my house? What's wrong with asking? And this is where the 16th prince's house is. The information is tight here. Tell me about it. I also have an idea in my heart." Zhang Feng was very unhappy. This matter, although it was really nothing, but to rashly comment on the Dongdu, that was a serious crime. After all, this was the rule set by the retired emperor. But seeing old man Li pestering, Zhang Feng said helplessly, "Okay, don't worry, let's talk about it slowly, okay?" Hearing this, Li Yuan was willing to do it. At least you know your place. Tell me, should the eastern capital be repaired? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and searched his mind for a long time about Dongdu, from the Han dynasty to the fall of the Tang dynasty. Then he asked, Grandpa, let me ask you first. Do you think Dongdu should be repaired or not? This time Li Yuan asked. He pointed at himself and shook his head. You brat, aren't I asking you? Tell me what you think first. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and sat down on the chair with his legs dangling in the air. He drank tea from the teapot and said, Actually, without the Yellow River as a natural barrier, there would be no need to build the Dongdu. Not only would it be a waste of manpower and money, but also isn't Chang'an good? The dragon vein of the Qinling Mountains in the south, and the dragon head of Longsho Mountain in the depths. What is this? This is the place where the dragon veins converge. Above it is an endless mountain range that separates the Turks. To the west is Liangzhou and Tongguan, and to the east is the natural barrier of the Yellow River. Could it be that this is not a treasure ground? Look at Qinhuang and Hanwu again. Why didn't they go to Dongdu? Instead, they stayed in Chang'an all the time? Look at the map again. You will know that once the capital is moved, without the control of Chang, and the nomadic tribes in the north and the Tubo and Tuyuhan in the south will no longer have any worries. Once they enter Chang, and then it will be difficult to fight back. Li Yuan was shocked when he heard this and asked hurriedly, Do you mean not to repair it? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and hooked his finger. Li Yuan was so angry that he patted Zhang Feng's head. Zhang Feng said honestly, Repair it is equivalent to the emperor preparing to move the capital. Once the capital is moved, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the north. Once the north is in turmoil, the various clans in the south will slowly taste it. Li Yuan couldn't help but slowly sink his face. Although he didn't participate in the court at this time, Dongdu had always been a knot in his heart. Building it was the general trend. Moving the capital was also for this aspect. It was around the change of Wei River that he had this idea and proposal. But at this time Zhang Feng said so. Li Yuan suddenly thought of the invincible thing made by Zhang Feng, and the gun that was being cast. He couldn't help but feel a little scared at this time. He couldn't help but feel a little upset at this time. The matter of building the Dongdu had long been discussed in the imperial court. At this time, the national strength of the Tang Empire was basically unable to bear the renovation of the Dongdu. Li Yuan asked again, Are you sure that it's useless to build the Dongdu now? It is still a little useful. Although the previous dynasty was a waste, it did a good thing. It connected all the major river areas in the Tang dynasty. Dongdu must be built, but the premise is that after the iron armored ships are built, thousands of miles of Jiangnan will be reached in a day. This Dongdu is an important place to contain the south. Zhang Feng changed the topic and added, But the premise is that we have to complete the integration of the northern forces before that, as well as intimidate them. Otherwise, do you think the emperor will agree to the matter of a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest and becoming king? He is not a fool. Li Yuan couldn't help but secretly say, Sure enough. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with us. Later, just give me the blueprints for the construction of my manor, as well as the approval documents for the required materials. As for the construction, I'll let Erlang take care of it. However, I really have an important matter to discuss with you today. Zhang Feng heard this and said, What is it? It's about the mid-autumn hunt. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng and said, He doesn't know where you got this basketball from. Although it is spreading in Chang, and in even the surrounding areas, the assessment of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights came out yesterday. This thing is not suitable. Chapter 956. Not suitable? What did he mean? Did he just dismiss him by saying that he was not suitable? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be a little confused. Old man, where did you get this news? Where? Li Yuan smiled faintly and said, Do you think that the old man has lived his life in vain? Zhang Feng really didn't dare to think so. After all, he knew the four great scholars and seemed to have a good relationship with them. He also knew Sun Simiao and the old scholar. His identity was a mystery. However, Zhang Feng didn't think much about it. After all, a businessman was bound to make friends everywhere. It was normal to have such a network. He couldn't help but ask hurriedly, Tell me, Halfway through his words, Zhang Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Did you get the news from the Ministry of Works? But there are still 6 days. Damn it, he should have sent it to me earlier. This is Chang'an City. Would he die if he sent it to me earlier?" Li Yuan leaned close to Zhang Feng and whispered, "I suspect that this is the work of the Imperial College. What are you going to do? Are you going to destroy the Imperial College, or?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but shiver. He seriously doubted whether this old man was mentally abnormal. Why did he always like to encourage him to do stupid things? The Imperial College? What kind of place was that? That was the National Academy appointed by the Emperor himself. It was the first academy of the Tang dynasty. Did he want him to destroy it? Zhang Feng wanted to, but was it possible? Zhang Feng stared at Li Yuan speechlessly. Li Yuan was a little embarrassed. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Feng stared at Li Yuan and said, "I want to see if you are awake. I beg you, don't tell anyone about this kind of thing. Don't tell anyone that you said it to me. Otherwise, I don't want to die." "Was it so terrible?" Li Yuan sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I heard that there were people from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Appointments. After hearing about this basketball, they felt that it was new and tried it out. In the end, several of them had their bones broken, and are still lying in bed. Zhang Feng's eyes turned green when he heard that. He asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask, do they know the rules of basketball? Don't tell me they're using Kuju to play basketball. What's the difference?" Li Yuan retorted. This time, Zhang Feng was stumped. He fiercely rubbed his face and pointed to the door. "Don't you know that I have pasted a notice on every basketball court? Could it be that they didn't even take a look? Didn't anyone teach them how to play basketball? Didn't you tell them that I use my hands to shoot the basketball? Oh my God, what did I Zhang Feng do wrong? F***ck his mother." At this moment, Ma Zhou rushed into the study with an innocent face. Without waiting for him to salute, Zhang Feng asked speechlessly, "Aren't you practicing? What's going on? Why don't you stay on the mountain? Are you here to be scolded? Okay. Can't we talk nicely?" Li Yuan hurriedly persuaded Zhang Feng. Then he looked at Ma Zhou and asked, "Tell me what's going on." Ma Zhou was a little confused. What happened to Zhang Feng today? He glanced at Li Yuan timidly, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, "It's like this. This morning, before the morning exercise, Chen Tiniu and the others played basketball in front of all the students. As a result, as they played, they started to hit people. In the end, they even hit people. They were seen by Mr. Bosher. Mr. Bosher asked me to call you up the mountain to discuss. The basketball stopped. If this goes on, something will happen." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's blood pressure shot up with a whoosh. Okay. Mother ***, you can't change your bad habit, right? You like to hit people, right? Okay, Lao Tzu is going to get rugby now. Everyone put on a protective suit. I'll let you hit people. Zhang Feng left angrily as he spoke. Mother ***, I can't live anymore. I just got the news that this damn Imperial College is causing trouble. I haven't thought of a solution yet. Mother ***, something happened here. There are still 5 days. How is this enough? What can it do? You have no place to vent your strength, right? You like to pretend to hit people, right? Okay. This time, Lao Tzu will let you hit people properly. Anyway, although Lao Tzu doesn't know much about rugby, he can still teach you this group of rookies. It's still not too late. Didn't the people from the Ministry of Rights and Ministry of Works say that basketball is bad? Okay, Lao Tzu will let you hit people properly." Zhang Feng left angrily. Only Ma Zhou and Li Yuan were left staring blankly at each other. After a while, Li Yuan cried out in his heart. This grandson probably thought of some evil move again. Li Yuan couldn't help but slap his thigh and say, "Oh no, Ma Zhou, right? Quickly go back to Shaoshan and inform Mr. Bosher about this. Leave this to me." As Li Yuan spoke, he hurriedly left the living room. Ma Zhou was also stunned for a few breaths. Only then did he react and run out of the door. After knowing this, the maid who was called by Zhang Feng to prepare the carriage stared blankly at the 3 people who ran out of the courtyard. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? The carriage is already prepared. Do you still want it? Chapter 957. Zhang Feng was really angry about this. If the people from the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights were conspiring, then what happened next was not a conspiracy. It was AF King failure. They were already bullying him. UF King failed to live up to his expectations and only knew how to act cool all the time? Zhang Feng was furious. He wished he could just ask Chen Tinyu to get lost. He was bad at everything, but he was the #1 troublemaker. Just like that, Zhang Feng went out of the villa and got into the horse carriage at the entrance. He pointed at Tonghui Lane, and the horse carriage sped away. Jingshu's ability and foresight were still very unique. These servants were all carefully selected by Jingshu and Chang and City. Although Zhang Feng did not know how many of them were bought from human traffickers, at least the sturdy bodies of the gatekeepers at the entrance were quite intimidating. In addition, the coachman was not bad. Although Chang and City was not open for the morning market yet, there were many people on the streets. Most of them were shouting and fighting on the basketball court. For a ball, some people were fighting, some were even cursing. There were people from young to old. Damn it, there was not a single good person. From the bottom of their bones, they were that kind of reckless. They only knew how to hit people or talk with their fists. Although this kind of fierce atmosphere was inherited from the Qin and Han dynasties, Zhang Feng could not be bothered to do anything about it. After all, there was a reason why the national football team was so lazy. However, basketball was played with the hands. If it was just 1 or 2 fouls, Zhang Feng would be able to treat him as a weirdo. However, the big words on the backboard and the text explained that basketball was played with the hands. Using the feet was considered a foul. However, along the way, Zhang Feng saw people who listened to him. However, not everyone was like that. Zhang Feng passed by 5 streets. On these 5 streets, he saw some people who were relatively gentle and thin. They still did things according to the rules. Zhang Feng could not help but wipe away the urge to abolish basketball in his heart. As long as there were people, there was hope. It was just that everyone had not changed their habits. At this moment, one side of Tonghui Lane was shrouded in a layer of gray smoke. This kind of smoke was somewhat choking, somewhat pungent, and made one's chest feel stuffy. Evidently, it was coming from the chimney of the cowhide ovens where rubber was being boiled. Zhang Feng didn't go directly to the beef hide yellow. Instead, he returned to the tavern and prepared some food. After finishing his meal, he took a lunchbox and went to the brewery next door. Someone had already blocked the entrance from the inside, leaving only a small door that could only allow one person to enter and exit at a time. There was a large notice written on the door, which roughly meant that this place was temporarily closed. However, there was still an old man dozing off on the wooden stool at the entrance with his eyes half closed. Seeing that someone had arrived, the old man waved his hand without even lifting his eyelids and said, "Do you see the words on the door? We're out of wine. We'll come back after the new year." "Old man, it's me, Zhang Feng," Zhang Feng said with a slight smile. When the old man heard that it was Zhang Feng, he suddenly woke up. He squinted his eyes for a long time before slapping his thigh and wanting to stand up. However, he was pressed to the ground by Zhang Feng. "You all slow down. You'll hurt yourself if you stand up like this." The old man was so excited that his dry lips couldn't stop trembling. "Prince Zhang, why are you here? If you're coming, you should have sent someone to inform me first so that I can tidy up." Zhang Feng didn't argue with the old man. He pointed to the door and said, "This place is pretty good, but it's a little too obvious." The old man clearly didn't understand Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. He pointed to the door. The old man suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, old Ding, open the door. Prince Zhang is here." 2 exclamations rang out from inside, followed by a series of clanging sounds. Then the tightly shut door was slowly opened from the inside. After the 2 old men inside confirmed that it was Zhang Feng, they hurriedly bowed down to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng talked for a long time before the 3 old men allowed him to enter the house. As soon as he entered the yard, Zhang Feng smelled something. "Has the thing I mentioned before sprouted?" Hearing this, the 3 old men pulled Zhang Feng to the side of the wooden trough, as if they were presenting a treasure. They carefully removed the quilt covering it. The moment the quilt was removed, Rows of tender yellow potato sprouts that had just drilled out of the soil were reflected in Zhang Feng's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but give the three old men a thumbs up. Good, it's really good. When the three old men heard this, they grinned like a child. Is this thing done? Zhang Feng nodded and then shook his head. I don't know, but this is only the first step. I'll give you a task now. Remember it. The three old men were refreshed. Prince Zhang, even if you want us to pour our blood on it, as long as you don't think our blood is dirty, we won't complain. Zhang Feng was shocked. He waved his hand repeatedly and said, Who said that? You don't have to do that. What I mean is that I have a villa in the residence of the 16 kings. It's not safe to leave this thing outside. I plan to find some people to move this thing into the house. You just have to follow the method of this stove, and get someone to create an environment that is exactly the same as this one within today. As for the materials, you can ask the old village chief for them. Chapter 958. The three old men had heard about this at the door yesterday. For old men like them who were lying on the ground waiting for death, it was already a great favor for Zhang Feng to give them a mouthful of food. Not to mention that the task given to them at this time was so simple. They actually had wine and meat every day. Even if they had lived for most of their lives, they dared not imagine such a life. But in the end, they could actually have such a good life every day. But now, Zhang Feng actually asked them to live in the residence of the 16th prince? What was that place? That was the most prosperous and enviable place in the whole Chang and city, except for the imperial palace. How could they live there? Zhang Feng ignored the three old men's nagging and refusal. He pointed to the tender seedlings in the wooden trough and said, These things are cultivated by you. Do you have the heart to give them to those who don't know anything and let them spoil them? This is my painstaking effort. You also know that this is Zhang Feng's big secret. Are you not going to help me? While speaking, Zhang Feng flicked his sleeves angrily and said, Think about it carefully. If you want to go to the old village head or go to Chang and University to find Lao Xiao and ask him to send someone to carry this thing. If you don't want to go, just tell Niu Pai Huang. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he left. Only the three old men were left in a daze, with tears running down their faces. The potato seedlings sprouted. Zhang Feng was happy and worried at the same time. He was happy that the potatoes did not go bad after soaking in the sea, but he was worried about the problem of pollination. Everything else was easy to deal with, such as photosynthesis, temperature, and so on. It was July now, and the temperature in Chang and city was still very pleasant. At least before October, the temperature was still warm enough for the potatoes to mature. The most important and troublesome thing was the problem of pollination of these potatoes. He had to do it himself. Once insects, birds, butterflies, and flies contaminated the potatoes with other pollen, it would be difficult to say the effect of the potatoes. This was a good variety of potato seeds, so Zhang Feng was particularly cautious. Even if it was slightly affected by the outside world, the production and quality of this thing would drop a lot. This thing was unique in the current Tang dynasty. If this thing was spoiled, it would be really bad. What was this? This was a golden nugget. If he could make it, the money he could make would be much more than the fine salt, not to mention anything else. While thinking about the potatoes, Zhang Feng slowly walked on the street of Tonghuifang with his hands behind his back, thinking about all the things that had happened during this period. At this time, Zhang Feng unknowingly walked to the door of Cripple Wang's house. He bumped into Cripple Wang, who was going home to get something. Cripple Wang almost did not recognize Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng walked past, Cripple Wang suddenly remembered that Zhang Feng seemed to be in Tonghuifang. He hurriedly went up and grabbed Zhang Feng, saying, "Fengzi, no director, please wait." "What's wrong?" Zhang Feng was a little unhappy, but when he saw that it was Cripple Wang, he asked curiously. Cripple Wang hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to the side of the corridor, and then stammered, "Director." Zhang Feng handed Cripple Wang a cigarette and lit it himself. He smiled and said, "Just call me Fengzi. This is not the academy, don't be so formal." Cripple Wang was overjoyed when he heard this. He hid the cigarette in his hand like it was a treasure, and then said, "Well, I was born in the military. Although many of them have the ability to make a living, I still have some good brothers who are still hungry. Some time ago, after hearing about our situation, they wanted to come to the mountain to live. Zhang Feng quickly interrupted Cripple Wang and said, "It's not that I don't want to accept people. You also saw that there are so many things happening on the mountain, but there are already more than 5,000 people. This can't go on like this." But Zhang Feng thought for a while and asked, "Where were your old brothers before this?" "They just retired from the Longyu army. Isn't the Qiuzi army going to war? Originally, they could still muddle along in the military, but now they can't." Cripple Wang sighed and hurriedly said, "When I said muddle along, I didn't mean muddling along and waiting for death. They were all good men with good skills, but in the end they were specially trained in the military for the lieutenant. It has been more than 10 years since then. To be able to stay in the army for 10 years, one must either have real talent or real connections. Otherwise, especially in an important military area like Guanlong, it was impossible for there to be such an existence, let alone one who had been in the army for such a long time." Seeing that Zhang Feng did not speak, Cripple Wang asked tentatively, "Yesterday, I heard from the neighbors in Xiao Mountain that Director Qiao has moved into the residence of the 16th Prince? That place is extraordinary. Which mansion doesn't have a private army? So, President Zhang, do you want to guard the courtyard? But don't worry, as long as you give them something to eat, they won't be greedy." Chapter 959. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. "Are you sure it's free?" Cripple Wang laughed bitterly. "They are a bunch of rough people. Their families are either dead or lost for many years. Do you think they will come to Chang and to seek refuge with me? These old buddies of mine are all very straightforward people. They also came here because of your reputation. They don't have any other abilities, but they can easily beat 10 people. Don't worry, as long as you tell them to beat someone up, they will do it without hesitation. Even if that person is at the end of the earth, they will find him for you." It seemed that these soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Could it be that Lao Tzu had picked up a treasure? Hearing this, Zhang Feng laughed loudly and said, "Ayaya, what are you saying, old Wang? Do you think I, Zhang Feng, am someone who lacks money? I admire people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for their country. Otherwise, why would I go to Anlufeng to look for those old soldiers? As long as I, Zhang Feng, want people, I can get them with a wave of my hand. But I still chose you guys, didn't I?" Zhang Feng was boasting. He did not even need to prepare a draft. Now he just opened his mouth and said it. The reason why he went to Anlufeng was because it was cheap. Cripple Wang was well aware of this. But even if his heart was like a mirror, he was still very touched. In this era, these old soldiers were treated like the plague wherever they went. If it were not for Zhang Feng, these old buddies would not have survived the famine, not to mention eating meat and drinking wine leisurely on the mountain. Cripple Wang was so excited that he gave the most respectful military salute. Although his legs were not very convenient and his actions were a little comical, he still felt that it was the best thing he could do. Zhang Feng's face turned serious. He hurriedly helped Cripple Wang up and said, "What are you doing? Don't be like this. Tell me, how many of your buddies are there?" Cripple Wang was overjoyed. Is this a confirmation? Originally, there were around 30 people, but he had to leave a way out for his brothers. He rolled his eyes and said, "For now, there might be around 30 brothers, but the brothers behind may come at any time." Cripple Wang was not good at lying and it took him a long time to finish his sentence. His face was flushed red and he did not dare to look into Zhang Feng's eyes. How could he hide this from Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "I can take care of these people. After all, my house is big and there are more than 30 people. I can just let them go. As for the people behind them, we can talk about it when they arrive. I'm going to set up a security department. If your brothers are reliable, I'll take as many as you have. What do you think?" Security department. Cripple Wang did not know what it was, but Zhang Feng actually said that he would take as many as he wanted. This time, Cripple Wang was so happy that he almost wanted to hug Zhang Feng and take a bite out of him. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Zhang Feng was also very happy. He put his arm around Cripple Wang's shoulder and thought about the future. To Zhang Feng, the arrival of these veterans was like the arrival of divine soldiers from the heavens. He was still unsure of where the danger was and who was targeting him. From the immortal ointment to the Imperial College, the unknown enemy had been hiding in the dark. Zhang Feng was afraid. Especially now that he had a big family and business, he had to find some reliable people. But he did not expect that Tang Huifang would be his lucky day. It gave him a group of excellent veterans. It was simply. In this way, Zhang Feng only needed to wait for Gao Can to come back from the military training, and then set up a security team. Then thinking about it, the two of them arrived in front of the Niu Pai Huang workshop. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to shout, Cripple Wang shouted at the top of his voice, "Niu Pai Huang, young Master Zhang is here." This shout was incredible. Originally, in the workshop, Niu Pai Huang was holding a small teapot and walking with his head held high as he reprimanded his disciples. However, when the words young Master Zhang came out, Niu Pai Huang instinctively returned to his original form. He hurriedly turned around and after seeing Zhang Feng, he ran out with a salivating face. "Prince Zhang is here? I was wondering why K-Air was pooping on my head today. So it is Prince Zhang who has graced us with his presence." Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and said, Okay. Immediately arrange some people for me. I want to make a new toy." Niu Pai Huang heard this and his eyes lit up. "Prince Zhang, you don't want to make basketball anymore?" "Yes, I still want to make basketball. But this new toy must be made by today." "Forget it, I will tell you. You make it. It will be faster this way." Zhang Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and was about to roll up his sleeves when Cripple Wang was stunned. He asked, "Fengzi, then what should I do?" You came at the right time. Immediately weave a basket for me. It will look like an egg with two pointed ends. It will be the same size as a basketball. It will look like a stretched ball." Zhang Feng pointed to a basketball with a leather cover on the table and said. Hearing this, Cripple Wang was overjoyed. He hurriedly rummaged through the workshop and finally found a green bamboo in the stove. He squatted in front of the stove and began to weave the bamboo strips. Zhang Feng also began to draw a blueprint in a hurry. When the blueprint was completed, Zhang Feng handed it to Niu Pai Huang. He said, "This is for you. You must make it for me before tonight. Is that okay?" Niu Pai Huang looked at the blueprint and then looked at the blueprint for Cripple Wang. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you are in a hurry 2 hours, I can make it for you in 2 hours." Chapter 960. At this moment, in Chang'an City, everyone was shocked to find a strange thing. Carts full of goods were pouring into Chang'an City from outside the city. These barbarian merchants, who smelled like a fox, were actually asking about Prince Zhang all over the world. But if you asked for his name, the person would be very confused and ask you, "Isn't his name Prince Zhang?" The guards at the gate of Chang'an City found that something was wrong. At first, they thought it was a normal business activity, but they didn't expect that there were more and more people in the convoy. In the end, these people's carriages directly occupied the main traffic road of Chang'an City. At this time, the city guard couldn't sit still. He hurriedly rode out of the city and saw the dense convoy outside the suspension bridge outside the city. In an instant, his legs went soft. What were they doing? There were so many things. What were they doing? In a hurry, the city guard hurriedly blew the warning slogan, then rode around the congested Chang'an City and went straight to the Zhuke Gate. A moment later, this matter was spread to Li Shimin, Zhang Sun, Wu Go, and Li Yuan, who were leisurely eating in the Imperial Garden. Originally, the three of them were discussing the issue of Yu Qiyuer's departure, but at this time, when they heard such a strange thing, they couldn't help but lose the mood to eat. Li Shimin waved his hand and asked Xiao Gizi to bring the city guard into the Imperial Garden. He asked, "Tell me what's going on?" The guard at the city gate had never seen such a scene before. Trembling, he said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, 3 hours ago, a merchant came back and reported that there was a large amount of tobacco to be delivered to a man named young Master Zhang. At that time, I didn't take it seriously. But now 3 hours have passed and the main streets of Chang'an have been filled with this group of people. Not only that, but when I went outside the city to take a look, I found that there were more carriages outside the city than inside the city, lining up to enter Chang'an City. If all of them come in, then Chang'an City. You mean tobacco? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he interrupted the guard and asked. When the guard heard this, he trembled all over and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, replying to your majesty, it's tobacco. They said it's tobacco, but this lowly one has checked every cart. All of them are a type of grass with an unpleasant smell. Moreover, they look like withered leaves. This lowly one feels that something is wrong. Who would spend money to buy so many leaves? This is simply an idiot. There's a problem. Li Yuan, Li Shimin, Zhang Sun, and Wu Go looked at each other. After that, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, you can leave now. I will only send the imperial guards to deal with it. Just don't let those outside the city come in. After the guard left, Li Shimin asked, Father, could it be that this tobacco leaf is? Li Shimin pointed to the wooden box with cigarettes on the table. Li Yuan laughed and nodded. It's this thing, there's no mistake. Previously, I asked this kid. He said that there will be a large number of tobacco leaves coming in a period of time. When the time comes, this cigarette can be mass-produced. This is actually something that I found out through his father-in-law's blessing. While speaking, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh strangely. Li Shimin, Zhang Sun, and Wu Go also looked at each other and smiled. After that, Li Shimin said, you all eat first. This son will go and deal with this matter. Wait. Li Yuan interrupted Li Shimin and said, this matter, it's better for me to deal with it. That kid is very sneaky. However, this kid lives in my villa. He has to give me some compensation. Otherwise, I will feel unhappy when I think of this matter. Li Shimin was a little speechless when he heard this. However, he still bowed and said, then I will have to trouble father. By the way, didn't father just say that Zhang Feng, that kid, left in a huff? Could it be that he is still in the city? Li Yuan nodded and said, he received hundreds of thousands of strings of money. Now those bastards from the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights have created such a mess. It would be strange if Zhang Feng isn't anxious. However, this is also good. This time he is like a donkey. He won't leave even if we chase him away. Right now he is probably thinking of some new tricks in that rubber factory. Li Shimin's expression became slightly cold when he heard this. How about I will? No. Li Yuan shook his head and said, this matter, have you found out who did it? Li Shimin shook his head. Li Yuan asked again, then who do you think is the most likely? Guanlong. Li Shimin was certain of this, because everything that had happened before was related to Guanlong, and the Imperial College was basically under the control of the Guanlong 8 great clans. There were also quite a few of their people in the Bureau of Works and Bureau of Officials. At this time, for this matter to happen, it was impossible for them to escape responsibility. Seeing the two people chatting happily, Zhang Sun and Wu Go quietly brought all the palace maids and eunuchs out of the imperial garden. However, Li Shimin and Li Yuan did not notice. While Li Yuan smoked, he shook the wine pot that he extorted from Zhang Feng and said, you are right. Guanlong's people also think this way. Therefore, I feel that this matter has nothing to do with Guanlong. Li Yuan's gaze turned cold. He looked at Li Shimin and said, do you still remember last time, when you removed people from the Shandong aristocratic families, and even removed them to Longyu? Li Shimin frowned and said, could it be that Father Emperor means that the Shandong aristocratic families have created some trouble again? Chapter 961. At this time, Zhang Feng was immersed in the design of the rugby ball. This thing was different from a basketball. It didn't need to be very elastic. It was similar to the material of a kuju, but it had to be a little softer. Zhang Feng had seen kuju before. It was simply a bamboo strip wrapped in a thick layer of cowhide. This thing was really useless. The bamboo strip was made 3 times, but each time it was unsatisfactory. With great difficulty, Zhang Feng finalized the bamboo strip and the rugby ball's general situation. Then he plunged his head out of the workshop and breathed in the smell of nature. That feeling was like being reborn. At this time, little Gizi didn't wait for the carriage to stop. He shouted from afar, Prince Zhang, Prince Zhang. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. He had a déjà vu feeling like he had once seen a ladyboy throw coquettish glances at him on TV. Zhang Feng resisted the urge to vomit and hurriedly retreated several steps until he leaned against the wall. Zhang Feng was an extremely cultured person. When he saw little Gizi in front of him, he stood up straight and calmly made a posture that looked like he could sprint 100 meters at any time. He asked, "Isn't this Gizi? It's rare to see you come alone." After all, little Gizi was used to seeing all kinds of people around Li Shimin. When he saw Zhang Feng like this, he was a little surprised but still said, "Prince Zhang, what are you talking about? The things I do, even if I add up 8 lifetimes together, are not enough for Prince Zhang." Zhang Feng was too lazy to talk to him. The key point was that he couldn't resist the feminine voice. He asked bluntly, "Did something happen to Lao Li?" If Lao Li hadn't sent him here, Zhang Feng wouldn't have believed that he would come looking for him even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Gizi coughed and looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully, which made Zhang Feng's hair stand on end. Xiao Gizi said slowly, "Does Prince Zhang not know what happened in Chang'an City today?" "What do I know?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. It seems that Prince Zhang really doesn't know. 4 hours ago, a group of barbarian merchants arrived in Chang'an City. Zhang Feng nodded and asked, "And then?" Xiao Gizi glanced in the direction of the entrance of Tonghui Lane and said, "But until now, the merchants' convoy has been entering Chang'an City one after the other. It is said that they are transporting tobacco. There are more tobacco outside the city than in Chang'an City. They are waiting to enter the city. Second Master hurriedly asked me to inform Prince Zhang. At this time, they have basically taken control of the convoy outside the city gate. This has caused congestion in Chang'an City. If they enter the city and attract the attention of those big shots, it will be bad." Zhang Feng was stunned for a few seconds. He sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, "You're saying that these carts are transporting tobacco?" Suddenly, Zhang Feng remembered that he had given a handful of banknotes to a barbarian merchant at the Shao Mountain Market. As for how much he had given, he had really forgotten. He had only told him to buy as much as he could according to the amount of banknotes. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "Do you know how many carts of tobacco there are now?" "Who knows? But won't you know if you go and take a look?" Xiao Gizi spread out his hands and said, "Old Master Li also knows about this. He is now waiting for you in your house." In the eyes of the Tangs, tobacco was the same as the leaves outside the city. Most of them were just bigger leaves. With so many leaves entering the city, it would be strange if they didn't panic. At this moment, Niu Weili ran over breathlessly, holding his sky-blue official's robe. As he ran, he shouted, "Prince Zhang, I've finally found you. Hurry up and take a look. The Imperial Guards have been alerted. This time, the whole Chang'an Avenue is in a mess. If you don't go, God knows what will happen." Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. He said, "You won't let them go to Shao Mountain?" Niu Weili became even more anxious when he heard this. That damned bastard came from Mount Shao. Tingxue was driven out by the people outside Mount Shao. There are so many things here. Anyone who sees them will feel uncomfortable. You should go and take a look. Otherwise, there will be a big problem. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it. He didn't expect that there would be so many tobacco leaves. So many of them. Could it be that those things were really worthless in the return receipt? Were they really as cheap as leaves and grass? Zhang Feng hurriedly followed Niu Weili to Chang'an City while thinking about what to do with so many things. If they were targeted by bad guys, they didn't need to do anything. They only needed to light a match and the whole Chang'an City would be burned to the ground. Zhang Feng really couldn't bear this crime. At this time, at the intersection of Chang'an City and the Vermilion Bird Gate, the Imperial Guards were ready. The long sabers at their waists and the long spears in their hands were all erected. Even the Vermilion Bird Gate was closed. Numerous archers were on the city gate. All of them had Shangxuan arrows and were ready for battle. The leader of the guards was a strong man in golden armor. He stared indifferently at a bearded businessman in front of the carriages and said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to get these damn things out of the city. Otherwise, all your goods and all your people will die today." Chapter 962. Why? We are all honest merchants, and these goods belong to your people. The people at the foot of Shao Mountain ordered us to transport all of them to Chang'an City. Look, this is the approval from the military officer over there. We didn't dare to delay along the way. because we were afraid that Prince Zhang would be anxious from waiting. That's why we came here. Get ready." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the golden-armored Jinwu Guard General waved his hand. In an instant, the guards at the city gate and on top of the city gate were all prepared for battle. The onlookers were so scared that they retreated one after another. The merchant who had returned the message was also a little scared. At this moment, a palanquin slowly came out of the gate. A cold voice shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Hurry up and stop, old man." When the Jinwu Guard General heard this voice, he frowned slightly. However, he still waved his hand. Only then did the guards at the city gate release their bows and arrows. Wei Zheng rushed over as soon as he heard about this. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, all of them would have been finished. Wei Zheng stuck a fake beard on his face, making his original beard longer. Moreover, there were 2 more grayish-white whiskers below his temples. He checked himself with a bronze mirror. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he walked out of the palanquin. The Jinwu guard had already known about Wei Zheng's and the others' attire. Although he was a little surprised, he wasn't too shocked. The Jinwu Guard General cupped his fists and said, "Elder Wei, you came at the right time. Look at how improper this is. What if there is an emergency military situation, and we are delayed?" Don't worry. Let me deal with this matter." Wei Zheng touched his beard indifferently. He looked at the merchant who had already been scared silly and said, "The goods themselves need to be handed over to the employer. Is the employer in the imperial city?" "No, but there are too many goods. If we don't hurry up and enter the city, we won't be able to afford the loss if the goods outside the city are damaged when the sky turns dark. Sir, please tell me. I've come all the way to Chang, and from afar. I'm so hungry and thirsty that the horses that were pulling the goods have been starving for 2 days. I just want to settle the goods as soon as possible and find some food to eat. You must uphold justice for us." As he spoke, all the merchants who had returned knelt in front of Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng had always been upright and plain-spoken. How could he get used to such a situation? How was the merchant at fault? Needless to say, the tobacco leaf must be the raw material for the cigarettes that Zhang Feng had made. This kid had mentioned it before, so when he heard about the tobacco leaf, he quickly rushed over before anyone else. If someone else were to come, or if the nobles were to get ahead of them, then things were going to be tricky. Wei Zheng frowned and asked, "Why don't we just transport the camels to Mount Baron, instead of coming directly to Chang'an?" When the merchant who had returned heard this, he became even more indignant as he pointed outside the city and said, "Isn't there a Chang and garrison at the foot of Mount Baron? After seeing so many carriages, they refused to let us in no matter what. They even said that Prince Zhang was in the city and told us to look for him in the city. That's why we came to Chang'an City. Damn you, Qigong. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know that these things belong to Fengzi?" Wei Zheng suppressed his anger and said, "Since you've found me, old man will take over this matter for you. Is the Prince Zhang you're talking about the dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng?" The merchant who had returned didn't know Zhang Feng's name. He had only heard everyone call him Prince Zhang. When he heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head. Those who were hiding far away also heard their conversation, and couldn't help but be shocked. What? These things belong to the Prince Zhang of White Deer College? Oh my god, no wonder. I was wondering how anyone could collect tree leaves. It turns out that it's him. Ha ha ha, some time ago, I heard that he collected a large number of black and swarthy war beasts from a barbarian merchant. I don't know what he's up to. I've also heard that someone on Shao Mountain is really collecting tree leaves and bamboo leaves. Could it be that Child Zhang and Dean Zhang are the ones who have decided on these things? As the discussion continued, Yi Zichen was stunned. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. You should have said so earlier. There are so many tree leaves outside the city. Why would he travel thousands of miles to collect things from foreign barbarians? Stop. Come on, Prince Zhang. He's a god who descended to the mortal world. How can you speculate about him? If Prince Zhang said that these leaves are useful, then they must be very useful. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. While the crowd was discussing, Zhang Feng hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. This scene caused another round of exclamations from the crowd. After all, Zhang Feng was now a very popular person in Chang'an City. The exclamations from the other side instantly gave Wei Zheng and the merchant a glimmer of hope. Zhang Feng clenched his fists and asked the crowd to make way. Then he saw the situation at the city gate and Old Wei, who was negotiating. He hurriedly said, "Oh, Old Wei, I'm sorry. If it weren't for you, I don't know how to end things today." Then Zhang Feng took out a bamboo tube and handed it to the guard in golden armor. The guard glanced at it and saw that it was actually that kind of cigarette. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. Zhang Feng ignored him and said, "Oh, soldier, this is all a misunderstanding. Please calm down. This box of cigarettes is for the brothers to calm down. If you don't have enough, you can go to Tong Hui Fong Yulai restaurant to get more. That's my business." Chapter 963. Who else could wear the golden armor? Although Zhang Feng didn't mention it, who else could command the guards of the Vermilion Bird Gate other than the Jinwu guards? At this time, this idiot had occupied the entire Vermilion Bird Gate. If he wasn't caught, it would already be a blessing from the gods. Zhang Feng hadn't seen the Jinwu guards, but Zhang Feng's name was like thunder in the palace. The Jinwu guard commander subconsciously put away the cigarette in his hand and said, "Prince Zhang, this is because of your face. If it was someone else, no matter what the goods here are, you should know the rules. Since this idiot doesn't know the rules, this time we will let him go. However, with so many things, what are you going to use them for?" The commander of the Jinwu guards was well aware of what had happened in the palace just now. After receiving this news, the emperor didn't even need to eat. What did this mean? However, the Jinwu guard commander couldn't figure out the use of these things for a long time. In the end, he waved his hand and thanked Zhang Feng before hurriedly returning to the imperial city. After he left, Zhang Feng's mind became active, and the courage of the people present finally grew. When Zhang Feng and Wei Zheng were about to speak, the merchant interrupted the two and said gratefully, "Prince Zhang, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have really caused a disaster. However, these things are really urgent. Originally, these things weren't worth much, but the autumn rain is coming. As the saying goes, autumn rain is as precious as oil. Once I return, I will desperately buy these leaves. I can only tell you that there are less than half of the tobacco leaves here, and there are more. If we don't transport them quickly, they will rot in the ground or be burned into fertilizer by those damn people." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted the merchant and said, "I didn't make it clear before. How about this? You take these things to Mount Shao immediately. I'll ask someone to take you there later." Before Zhang Feng finished, Wei Zheng patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Master Li is waiting for you. Let's wait for a while. It's not urgent to bring so many things to Shao Mountain. We'd better go and discuss a proper way." Why was everyone talking about the old man? This old man was simply everywhere he could earn money. Zhang Feng was furious. However, he still admitted defeat. "Well, wait a minute. Ask your worker to go to a restaurant with the words Chang, an academy on the signboard. I'll pay for the meal. You just need to tell him. How about that?" While speaking, Zhang Feng and Wei Zheng both got into Wei Zheng's sedan and hurriedly left. It was the first time for Zhang Feng to sit in Wei Zheng's sedan. The sedan was very large and spacious. Two people sitting side by side didn't feel crowded at all. In the middle of the sedan, there was a wooden table fixed on the floor of the sedan. There was a bronze mirror on it. At this moment, Zhang Feng's interest was greatly aroused. Tut. Old Wei, I didn't expect you to use a mirror." Wei Zheng blushed. He just hurriedly hid the official robe and didn't put away the mirror. However, who was Wei Zheng? He laughed and said, "I forgot to put it away when I was growing my beard. Let's not talk about this. Don't tell me these tobacco leaves are the raw material for making cigarettes?" Yes. You don't believe me?" Zhang Feng spread his hands and pointed to the cigarettes on the table. He said, "If you don't believe me, you can smell this and the tobacco leaves. By the way, you seem to have smoked that cigar, right?" Wei Zheng was simply stunned. When did old man smoke a cigar? Zhang Feng patted his forehead. He really forgot that this thing seemed to have been smoked by the four great scholars and Chen Tiniu. Yes, it seemed that there was also old Master Li. Wei Jing stared and couldn't help but lift the curtain of the sedan. He looked outside the window at the rows of carriages full of tobacco leaves. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. You have so many. How are you going to make them? I mean, what are you going to do? I remember that you only bought one or a few carriages of tobacco leaves at the foot of the mountain. This is enough for us to use. You have so many. What are you going to do? If I have any plans, I don't have any for the time being. Zhang Feng shook his head and looked at his teeth in the mirror. He said, but this thing is probably famous in Chang'an City now. Old Wei, what do you think about opening a cigarette factory? Zhang Feng waited for a long time, but Wei Jing didn't speak. Seeing that Wei Jing had been staring at him, he smiled and said, I know what you are thinking, Old Wei. Do you know how much I spent to buy these things? Wei Jing didn't say anything. Zhang Feng sighed and felt speechless. Then he said, I only spent about 100 taels of silver or 10 taels of silver on these things. I can't remember clearly, but I guess a carriage should be worth 10 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver? Wei Jing was shocked. It was at least 3 miles from Chang'an City to the gate of the imperial city, and this was considered a straight road. Even if the carriage covered an area of 10 feet, from here to the gate, and then there were the streets and alleys, and counting the distance of 3 miles. How many carriages would it be if a carriage was worth 10 taels of tobacco leaves? Hundreds of carriages? What about outside the city? Wouldn't it be thousands of carriages? Even if it was 1,000 carriages and 10,000 strings of cash, it was only 10 taels of silver. That was to say, if he calculated correctly, there were more tobacco leaves with the 100 taels of silver. Wei Jing remembered that the businessman just said there were more tobacco leaves. He couldn't help but be even more shocked. How much did this kid buy? How much did he spend? Zhang Feng smiled and looked at the shocked Wei Jing. He patted him on the shoulder. Then the dizzy Wei Jing followed Zhang Feng out of the sedan and entered the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Zhang Feng saw Li Yuan practicing 5 animal frolics in the courtyard. After seeing Zhang Feng, he waved at him and said, Kid, tell me, what are you going to do about the things outside? Chapter 964. As soon as they entered the living room, Li Yuan also noticed Wei Jing, who was like a thinker. He ignored him and looked at Zhang Feng and asked, Those tobacco leaves are the main raw material for this thing, right? Li Yuan pointed to the cigarettes on the table and asked. Zhang Feng nodded. Isn't this obvious? You still have to ask? He really wanted to make a sign and hang it in front of his chest. It would say that the tobacco leaves that suddenly appeared in Chang'an City are the raw material for cigarettes. To explain this, 1 or 2 people were still okay. Once there were many people and he saw each person, he would be annoyed to death. Li Yuan lit a cigarette and played with it in his hand. I just heard that the person who replied said that there are still a lot of these things. Where are the people who are planning to use them to fertilize the land? Don't you plan to get some seeds and plant them yourself? As for the use of this thing, as long as these people send the goods up the mountain, they will definitely know what it is for. How many more tobacco leaves do you think they will send you later? Zhang Feng said with certainty. You don't have to worry about this. I only spent about 100 taels of silver. Even if it is more, I, Zhang Feng, can still take it out. However, even if they know the use of this thing, so what? In this world, I, Zhang Feng, dare to say that other than me no one wants it. Besides, even if they know the manufacturing method of cigarettes, but he. Zhang Feng smiled slyly and said, You old masterly are also a wily old fox. Don't tell me you don't have this bit of business sense? Li Yuan laughed. He knew what kind of business this was. If he liked it, he only needed to send an edict to the king's tent. Would he dare to not give it? Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Don't interrupt, kid. Let's talk about this first. Normally, even the cigarettes that we use are stolen. Why did you spend so much capital this time? Do you want to do something big? Li Yuan was too lazy to beat around the bush. Zhang Feng, this bastard, would definitely drag him into this. This brat definitely knew the purpose of his visit, but it had been so long since he entered the door, and this brat still didn't mention it. He was prepared to beat around the bush. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, Don't worry, let's talk about what to do with these tobacco leaves first. No. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? But let me remind you, once this thing goes up Mount Xiao, you might as well throw it away if you want to survive the autumn rain. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Even if I throw away Lao Tzu, I won't let you off so easily. But this thing was very expensive. Zhang Feng really couldn't bear to throw it away. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh and say, "Then tell me, what do we do with this thing? Even Chang'an City couldn't hold it. If I don't get it to Mount Xiao before tomorrow, His Majesty will send someone to invite me to the prison to be caned." Hearing this, Li Yuan leaned closer to Zhang Feng and said, "You really want to hear my thoughts? You can choose to remain silent." Zhang Feng spread his hands. Obviously, he underestimated Li Yuan's thick skin. Li Yuan smoked and said neither quickly nor slowly, "Chang'an can't hold it, but I know that Erlang's people are preparing to go to Luozhou East Palace right now to carry out repairs. If we can take the opportunity to transfer the goods to them, and let them take it to Luozhou, then it'll be easy to handle. After all, Luozhou is vast and sparsely populated. It's not afraid of having too many things, but it's afraid of having too few things. My Li family's largest warehouse is in Luozhou City. If it really doesn't work, there are hundreds of acres of wasteland. That place is enough for us to toss around. What do you think? Cigarettes are a good thing. As you said, although there aren't many people who can smoke cigarettes in Chang'an City now, the news about cigarettes has long been spread like a miracle. If we sell cigarettes to the people at this time, it's the best time. Moreover, Luozhou is far from Chang'an and unlike Chang'an where there are spies all over the world." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Yuan. He was a little confused. Almost disturbed by Li Yuan, he hurriedly asked, "Old master, I'm afraid of you, okay? Can you just pick the important things to say?" Li Yuan was also a little innocent. Imitating Zhang Feng, he spread his hands and said, "Didn't I learn all this from you? Old master, let's talk nicely. Let's not bicker, okay?" Zhang Feng suppressed the blood in his heart and said with a stiff face, "You want to talk about the expansion of tobacco business, right?" How could he not know what old Master Li wanted to say? This guy almost wanted to trick him again. However, how could Zhang Feng be so easily fooled? Under Zhang Feng's insistence, Li Yuan finally smacked his lips and tactfully stopped talking about this matter. Instead he asked, "How much is the cost of these cigarettes?" Zhang Feng immediately became alert. "Why are you asking this? Isn't it because of this matter you caused that made His Majesty very angry?" At noon, several ministers wanted to enter the palace, but they were forcibly blocked outside by these people. After 2 hours, His Majesty became impatient and gave each of them a beating. Tell me, how can these people not be angry? At this time, Erlang was wandering around in these people's mansions. Otherwise, why would these people care if you're a viscount, the chancellor of Chang'an University, or even the dean of White Deer College? These people were beaten, they have to get back their face. Do you think you can deal with this group of old foxes? Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. It really was true. The Jinwu guards were all dispatched. Although he didn't know what position the Jinwu guards held, that golden armor, the words that person said, and the things that person did could be seen. Could it be that His Majesty was really angry? Chapter 965. In addition, there was a ban in Chang'an. After pondering for a while, Zhang Feng was really frightened. He hurriedly said, "Old master, tell me, what should we do about this?" Li Yuan was delighted, but he still said calmly, "In fact, it's very simple, but I really don't know where the selling point of this cigarette is. You first tell me, what are you going to do with so many tobacco leaves? Do you still need to ask? Isn't this to make cigarettes?" Zhang Feng did not finish his words and hurriedly shut up, but it was too late. Li Yuan had already gotten what he wanted. He smiled and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Yes. You made this thing to sell, so this is business. But now in Chang'an, and you don't have to think about it. You will definitely be targeted. Then we have to think of a foolproof plan. You don't have to think about Xiaoshan. It's not safe to set up a tobacco factory there. You said you opened an academy. What will others think if you do so many side businesses? Even if you really want to do side businesses, you have to find a place where no one is. Making a fortune in silence is also the way of the king. Otherwise, if you do it so ostentatiously, it will inevitably arouse the disgust of those ministers. At that time, don't say who you have a good relationship with. Those people want to mess with you. Even the Lord Zhongsun can't wait by your side all day long. Don't you think this makes sense? Well, Zhang Feng was really stunned. The current situation was unclear, and someone was secretly messing with him. For the time being, he did not know who was doing this. Even if he knew, he could not do anything. Seeing Zhang Feng's situation, Li Yuan struck while the iron was hot and said, "You see, the autumn rain is about to fall. When the weather is wet, these tobacco leaves will be damp after all. Once they are damp, do you think the taste of the tobacco will change? So I think with so many tobacco leaves, with your current manpower, even if you don't eat or sleep to make it, you can't finish it in a year. But there is such a big piece of meat in Chang'an City. Do you want to let it rot and not let these people eat it?" "Stop." Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted to stop. If I let the old man continue, would he ask me to commit suicide to atone for my sins? Zhang Feng speechlessly wiped the cold sweat and saliva off his face. He leaned back quietly and said, "Old master, if you have something to say, we can talk about it properly. If you want to put the tobacco factory in Luozhou, then let it be in Luozhou. You have the final say, okay? As long as we split the profits 50-50, you can do whatever you want with the rest." When Li Yuan heard this, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. He deliberately took out Zhang Feng's flask from his bosom and drank a mouthful of wine in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he didn't like to use things that had been used by others. At this time, after the matter was finalized, Li Yuan said earnestly, "Boy, don't think that you have suffered a loss. You should know that what I brought down for you is endless trouble. You should prepare for your mid-autumn hunt with peace of mind. That is the big thing. As long as this matter is done, then everything will be fine, you know?" When it came to business, Li Yuan couldn't help but worry. "Boy, do you have confidence in this mid-autumn hunt? If it's really not possible, I'll find some connections for you." This mid-autumn hunt he really couldn't help much. After all, there were some things that he could use the retired emperor, and even Li Shimin could use his connections. But this mid-autumn hunt and this mid-autumn poetry meet, they really couldn't intervene. At most, they could strictly guard against accidents. The key was still to see the strength of this mid-autumn hunt. To put it bluntly, if you didn't have the strength to prove your existence, even if you had more people to help, it would be useless. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "No need. If I can't even handle this matter, then wouldn't I, Zhang Feng, be too useless? Even if I become the champion of this mid-autumn hunt, what's the use? I, Zhang Feng, really don't care about this." Li Yuan smacked his lips and didn't say anything. He just gave a thumbs up. "Then I'll wait here for the sound of your triumphant return. By the way, I heard this morning that your basketball was rejected. Are you sure you don't need me to use my connections?" This matter was obviously targeted by someone. Otherwise, how could those people still make such a conclusion when they knew the magic of this basketball? The emergence of every new thing was bound to have endless people who wanted to drown this thing in the world of mortals. The emergence of a thing was bound to affect the interests of a large number of people. This was the situation of basketball at this time. If he wanted to push it, he had to defeat those who pushed and dragged it, and not let it appear. Looking at Li Yuan, Zhang Feng wanted to say his thoughts, but he felt that it would be endless. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. Zhang Feng was too lazy to say anything. It wouldn't be too late to talk about other things after the rugby ball and the jersey appeared. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer in this mid-autumn hunt. After all, the matter of the academy had caused an uproar. There were imperial edicts and so on. If at this time he couldn't get the first place in this mid-autumn hunt, it would be too embarrassing. Chapter 966. 5 o'clock. The sun was slowly moving to the west. The sun after autumn was called the 24 Tigers of Autumn at this time. Its power was simply incredible. At night, it was so cold that one couldn't wait to put on a jacket. But at noon, one couldn't wait to strip off everything on one's body. Zhang Feng hated sitting in a sedan chair. Although it could avoid the glaring sun, it also made him lose a lot of interest. For example, watching the people running on the basketball court on the street. For example, the strange food on the street that was tempting. Every time, even if he looked at it for a long time, his mood would be different, and the things he saw would be even more different. On the sedan chair, Zhang Feng was holding a rugby ball in his arms. Wearing sunglasses, he looked here and there. There was a gentle smile on his face, which charmed the young girls on the street and made them scream. At this time, when the sedan chair had just arrived at the city gate, a familiar sedan chair appeared in front of Zhang Feng, and there seemed to be some dispute at the city gate in front of him. At this time, the city gate was blocked. Zhang Feng was too lazy to pay attention to it. He played with the rugby ball, while chatting with the people on the street. Occasionally, he would recite a poem. Instantly, the people who were still waiting in line to leave the city burst into a burst of exclamations. The noise here made the city gate guard angry. He knocked on the Modeo a few times and roared, "What are you all arguing about? Do you still want to leave the city? If you don't, get the F***ck out of the city." The guard's angry roar came to an abrupt end the moment he saw Zhang Feng. Then like a dog he hurriedly grinned and said, "Yo, isn't this Prince Zhang? Are you going out of the city? Come, the people in front, make way. Make way for Prince Zhang." Prince Zhang? The people at the city gate were shocked, and the beauty sitting in the sedan chair trembled all over. At this time, in the midst of the commotion at the city gate, Zhang Feng couldn't help but put down his legs and sit up straight. He recognized it. Wasn't this the sedan chair that Yu often rode when she went to find him? Could it be? He suddenly thought of what Yu Qiyu had said last night, and his heart ached. Was she really going back to Jiangnan? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, there were too many people here. He really couldn't ask Yu here. He could only helplessly urge the sedan bearers to quickly leave the city. When they passed by Yu's sedan, Zhang Feng and Yu Qiyu, who was in the sedan, were unusually nervous. It was as if they had been caught having an affair. But in the end, Zhang Feng was still defeated by reason. He sighed and walked out of the city gate. Once he was out of the city, Zhang Feng looked at the fork in the road and asked, "Which road leads to Jiangnan?" The sedan bearer was stunned when he heard this. His eyes rolled as he said, "If you want to wait for someone, the Wei River is a good place. Why don't I stop there for you? Once you're done, I'll pick you up." As a palanquin bearers who often worked at Shao Mountain, how could they not know about the affairs of this esteemed dean? As for other things, they might not know or recognize them. They might not know about fine porcelain and the like, and they might not even know how to read big words. However, they could tell you all day about the types of palanquins and carriages they were familiar with. At this time, even if Zhang Feng didn't say anything, they all knew what Zhang Feng wanted to do. After all, they had seen Yu Qiyu come and go in this sedan chair in front of the tavern in Tonghui Lane. Now that they saw Prince Zhang's expression, who didn't know what was going on, Zhang Feng couldn't help but blush when he heard this, tacitly agreeing with their words. After the Wei River stopped, Zhang Feng gave each of them a banknote. After the four left, he seriously looked at the Wei River in front of him. This was the historical location of the Wei River Alliance. Although more than a year had passed on the wooden bridge that could accommodate 3 carriages side by side, the scars left behind by Hatchet still served as a reminder of the pain and suffering in his heart. The turbid water beneath the bridge was mixed with tree branches that had been washed down from the depths of the Qinling Mountains. At this time, a faint fragrance caused Zhang Feng to turn around. But in the next moment he couldn't help but fall into a daze. Behind him was the silhouette of the Qinling Mountains and Shao Mountain. Yu Qiyu was wearing a pink muslin dress, her beautiful face tinged with sorrow. In his infatuation, Zhang Feng felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly hammered. "You're here?" Zhang Feng asked in a daze. Yu Qiyu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. 2 drops of sparkling and translucent tears fell from her drooping eyes onto the bridge under Zhang Feng's feet. Yu Qiyu held back her tears. When she raised her head, although her eyes were still red, they had long since disappeared. "The wind is so strong today." Yu Qiyu smiled and couldn't stop crying again. Zhang Feng's heart ached. He reached out to hug her, but Yu Qiyu stubbornly took a step back and said with a smile, "Prince Zhang, please conduct yourself with dignity." Zhang Feng smacked his lips and sighed. Yu Qiyu was right. What was he now? Was he her husband? Or what? He was nothing. What right did he have to hug her? Zhang Feng bitterly smiled. Then he withdrew his hand and said, Can you not go? Old Master Li and the others here are no longer against you. No need. Chang'an isn't suitable for me. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest. I want to think about what happened during this period. When I've thought things through, or when you have a home of your own, you can come and fetch me on a palanquin. Chapter 967. Yu Qiyu are still left. Zhang Feng was a little disappointed. He didn't want the first woman of the Tang dynasty to get involved in his affairs. Yu was very smart. She should have known that he had met those nobles and the current crisis. She was also anxious because he had asked her to help him find out if there was any connection between the nobles in Jiangnan and the nobles in Shandong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so quietly without even giving him a hug. Zhang Feng stood on the bridge for a long time with a little heartache. The sun, from its dazzling color, hung over the top of the mountain and slowly set at the end of the Wei River between Mount Shao and Qinling. Only an incomparably gorgeous afterglow was left. Young Master Zhang, shouldn't we go back? At this time, the sedan bearer seemed to be impatient, and came forward to ask hesitantly. Zhang Feng sighed and threw the cigarette, but in his hand into the Wei River. Finally, he took a look at Yu Yu, who had disappeared into the boundless fog, and said lightly, Wait for me. After I destroy the 5 families in 7 kingdoms, after I destroy these big families, I, Zhang Feng, swear to give you the most glorious wedding in the Tang dynasty. While Zhang Feng was murmuring in a low voice, Yu Qigong came over helplessly and stood beside Zhang Feng. After waving his hand to let the sedan bearer leave, he handed a cigarette to Zhang Feng and said, Let's go. It's getting late. Do you think it's dangerous for her to go back this time? Looking at Zhang Feng's back, Yu Qigong wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but this guy couldn't take a beating. He could only sigh and say, No. After all, my cousin's family has some prestige in Jiangnan. I've found dozens of retired soldiers and sent them to her. You don't have to worry about her safety. Lao Li and the others have already arranged it. But since you don't want her to go, why don't you let her stay? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and patted Yu Qigong's shoulder. Thanks, old Yu. As he slowly walked towards Yu Qigong's sedan, Zhang Feng said calmly, There are many choices in a person's life. Some people choose to live peacefully, while others choose to protect. Let's go, old Yu. I respect her choice. I also believe that distance is not a problem. I understand her, and she understands me. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng's back with a wry smile. He really couldn't understand how someone who liked to talk so much could attract so many women. At first, he was worried that Yu Qiyu would lead Zhang Feng into a ditch. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. The emperor was wrong. The retired emperor was wrong. Everyone was wrong. Zhang Feng was simply a freak. As long as everyone was attracted by him, they would be unable to extricate themselves from being attracted to him. Even Yu Jiangnan's Yu Qimei was subdued by him. How could he not see that Yu Qiyu had already lost her virginity? Jiangnan had never lacked handsome men, nor did it lack those who were brimming with talent. At the very least, they looked more outstanding than Zhang Feng. However, none of these men could make Yu Qiyu lower her head. Today she was actually willing to do so for Zhang Feng. Yu Qigong sighed and waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go up the mountain. Yu Qigong really couldn't understand these two evildoers. Sometimes Yu Qiyu would make Fengzi run away. Other times, Yu Qiyu would be completely bewitched by Zhang Feng. Now there was this hiccup. Not far away in the darkness, Li Shimin lifted the curtains to the palanquin. After watching Zhang Feng leave, Empress Zhangsun said with reddened eyes, Zhang Feng could have made you stay. Why did second brother stop me when I tried to persuade her to stay? Li Shimin smiled faintly, and waved his hand to indicate that they should return to the palace. You still don't understand that kid's intentions? That kid and Yu Qiyu are both shrewd people. Which one of them is the master of saving trouble? Yu Qiyu's return to Jiangnan must have something to do with what Zhang Feng has encountered recently. Zhang Sun Wugo was stunned. Second brother, are you saying that you Or is helping Zhang Feng find out about those landowning households? Zhang Sun Wugo couldn't help but cover her mouth. Li Shimin nodded gravely. If they don't put on a show for others to see, how will others believe that they have broken up? In this way, the landowning households in Shandong and Jiangnan will let down their guard. And you will have more pursuers than before when she returns. So Guanyin maid, Zhang Feng and Yu Qiyu, do have feelings for each other. However, at this time, Yu Qiyu should be a little more mature. Feng Zi is still a little impulsive, but this is also good. This show will be perfect. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wugo exclaimed. Could it be that all of this was done by you and father? Li Shimin nodded. There's also Yuqi. This idea was Yuqi's. Otherwise, it's just a woman. Do you think I'm so free to stop her and Feng Zi from having a good time? At this time, Zhang Sun Wugo finally came to her senses and exclaimed. Could it be that Yu Qiyu did it on purpose? Chapter 968. The next morning, Cheng Chimo and the rest stood in front of Zhang Feng's wooden hut in fear, not daring to move an inch. Last night, after Zhang Feng returned to the mountain, everyone saw that his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Even Li Chengqian was scolded by Zhang Feng when he went up to ask. Then he called everyone over and scolded them fiercely. After everyone recited the multiplication and division table, and the book of songs outside his wooden hut, he asked them to scram. When he left, this fiend actually asked everyone to report at his door early in the morning, before the morning exercise. If he did not see anyone, they were to scram immediately. This time, everyone's hair stood on end. Even Qian Wanli, who had been taking care of the paper-making business, was captured. The dozen or so young men stared at each other, not knowing what was going on. In the end, they asked Yu Qigong, who only gave them a piece of advice. Do not provoke Zhang Feng. This time, everyone was restless. This morning, before the sun rose, the dozen or so people rushed into the kitchen to grab a big bowl of leftovers and rushed over. However, no one dared to be careless. Not to mention standing straight, they did not even dare to fart. This was because, according to Old He from the kitchen, the light in Feng Zi's hut was on for the entire night. What did this mean? This meant that Feng Zi did not sleep for the entire night. Perhaps he was watching them through the crack of the door. And that damned Shiva was the person that everyone wanted to beat the most. If you asked him what he was, he would only say 2 words. Don't know. If you asked again, he would not even acknowledge you. Li Chengqian was so angry that he secretly kicked Cheng Chimo and ordered him to beat Shiva up tonight. Just as everyone's legs turned to jelly and sweat appeared on their foreheads, the door finally opened. Once the door was opened, Zhang Feng's face was still gloomy. He stared at Shiva, who was squatting at the door, and said, Have you prepared the armor I asked you to prepare? Ready. Ready. Zhang Feng nodded. Get someone to bring it over. Oh right, you go too. Shiva wanted to cry, but Li Chengqian and the others were roaring excitedly in their hearts. Delightful. Truly delightful. Today basketball, Chen Tiniu, Chongzi, Idiot Wei, Yu Baolin and Qianwanli, you guys don't need to practice anymore. I'll teach you guys something new. As for the rest of you, I'll give you 10 days. If you can't produce the results I want before the mid-autumn hunt ends and the mid-autumn festival, I don't care who you are, all of you can scram. This time Li Chengqian and the others exploded. They wanted to ask but didn't dare to. His face flushed red. However, the hearts of Cheng Chimo and the others sank to the bottom. They asked weakly, Feng Zi, cough, Dean, what about us? He had known Zhang Feng for so long, but this was the first time he had seen Zhang Feng so angry. Li Chengqian and the others didn't know what Zhang Feng was trying to do. He asked Shiva to get the armor, and then kicked them out. This obviously didn't make sense. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything. When everyone was impatient, he said, Do you see that thing? When everyone heard this, they looked in the direction where Zhang Feng was pointing. They saw a flat basketball wrapped in cowhide at the entrance. Zhang Feng continued, This thing is called a rugby ball. Don't you guys like to hit people? Okay, from today onwards, I'll join you guys. We'll practice to the death. You have to learn this thing before the mid-autumn hunt, which means in these 5 days. If you can't, the academy will be disbanded. Understand? How could they not understand? They had to understand even if they didn't. They had no choice. If they didn't understand now, they would be courting death. As he spoke, Zhang Feng looked at the boxes of armor carried by the students. He pointed at everyone and said, "Come up, one for each of you. Put them on properly." Then Zhang Feng rushed to the door and waved at Cripple Wang and the others who followed him up last night. Cripple Wang led his 30 or so veterans and hurriedly ran over in formation. This scene attracted the attention of all the imperial guards who were disguised as guards on Xiao Mountain. It also made Cheng Chimo, Li Chengqian, and the others feel alarmed. After all, the journey here wasn't far. In a few breaths, everyone arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Without waiting for Cripple Wang to introduce, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "You are all veterans. Naturally, you have a way to train people. Now that you've chosen to follow me, Zhang Feng, I'll give you your first task. Do you see these 5 people? I'll give you 5 days to train them." Among the 30 or so veterans, a few of them trembled when they saw Cheng Chimo. Wasn't this Lieutenant Cheng? How could he be a student here? And who would dare to train Lieutenant Cheng? But at this moment, the matter of eating was more important. They could only pretend not to know him. One of them, a man with a scar on his face, clasped his fist and asked, "Prince Zhang, how do we train these people? If it's just basic charging and killing, we can train them for you in less than 3 days. As long as you're willing, we can guarantee that they won't die." Chapter 969. Scarface looked suspiciously at Cheng Chimo when he heard that. However, after weighing his future life and the matters of the past, he nodded his head heavily. "If that's the case, then we can really train it." As he spoke, he cupped his fist toward Zhang Feng and said, "Old Gozi Xuanju Gu Changzhang Zhao Xija." Following Scarface's roar, for people who looked similar in age to Scarface walked out from the group of over 30 veterans. These 4 people were no different from Scarface. They looked ordinary and did not have Yu Baoqi's explosive muscles, nor did they have a tall and sturdy body. When the 5 of them stood together, some of them were even shorter than Cheng Tai and the others by a head. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. However, when the 5 of them revealed their scars and strong 8-pack abs, Zhang Feng decisively shut his mouth. He pointed to the armor at the side and said, "This time, we are not training to go on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Have you heard of Kuju?" Scarface nodded. Zhang Feng asked again, "This time we are using Kuju to train a new type of toy. You can casually bump into people on the field, but the only condition is that you are not allowed to hit people or kick their crotch. Whoever dares to hit people will be disqualified. Then the field will be divided into 2 groups, the vanguard and the backline. As for the individual selection, we originally needed 15 people, but I only chose 10. As for the remaining people, you can find them yourselves. However, the only condition is that they must scratch, hit, or hammer. Once they do that, they will break the rules and will not be recruited in the future." Zhang Feng explained the rules of rugby 3 times intermittently. Only then did he explain the rules that were similar to rugby. He even personally went on the field to train for 2 hours. Only then did he leave after Yu Shernan's repeated calls. When he took off his protective armor, he rubbed his aching chest and stared at Scarface. "What is your name?" Scarface heard this and quickly took off his armor. "My name is Jia Daoran." "Jia Daoran? Taoist Jia?" Zhang Feng had always admired the naming system of the Tang dynasty, but this time, Zhang Feng was still amazed. He stared and asked, "None of you are called Du Ziting, right?" "Yes." A weak voice came out from the mouth of a man in armor. Zhang Feng rubbed his head and waved his hand. "Continue with the training." "Oh right, Taoist. Let Ma Zhou take the rest of your brothers to my mansion. You will be in charge of everything in the mansion. Oh right, you have to pay more attention to the place where the 3 old men are. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." Cheng Chimo and the others were already panting heavily, but when they heard Zhang Feng's words, their eyes instantly lit up. Ever since this grandson returned to the mountain, it was as if he had changed into a different person. Even a certain place in the resort was not allowed to enter? Could it be that he was hiding something that couldn't be seen? As soon as Zhang Feng left, Li Chengqian instantly screamed and took off the armor on his head. He lay on his back on the ground and wailed again and again. From last night until now, it was almost noon. How could anyone torture someone like this? They didn't know which careless man it was, but he actually took the armor of a general. The weight of the armor was about 25 kilograms. After this set of movements, everyone was already exhausted. At this time, Jiadaran squatted beside Chingchimo. Chingchimo also knew what he meant. He glanced at the people playing basketball next to him and said, "Just call me Tai Niu. On the mountain, everyone is equal." This time, Jiadaran couldn't sit still. Although he had already known about this situation from Cripple Wang, now it seemed that he really didn't dare to believe it. After all, he had seen the son of the god of slaughter Qing Yaojin in the army. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Zhang Feng could actually train a good lunatic to be so docile. "Then, I'll respectfully accept." Jiadaran sighed and said, "Since the dean has asked me to train you, and it's in such a tight time, then don't blame me. I don't know what you were in the past, but now you only have one identity left. Either you're dead or you're my soldiers. There are only two choices left. Either get lost now and be a rich second generation, or shut your mouth and do whatever I say." "Damn you! You dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some color?" Chingchimo was furious. But Jiadaran really misinterpreted his meaning. He thought that the son of General Chingchimo, must have discussed it with Dean Zhangfeng. This time, the matter was more serious, so he wanted him to train them to death. Such a strange request, although it made Jiadaran a little nervous, but Chingchimo had already said that he should do what he should do. He couldn't possibly let this bowl of rice down, right? So, on the other side, with a frosty face, Yu Shinan looked at the listless Zhang Feng and scolded. "Look at what you've done. This is obviously the academy. You actually want to find a person who practices martial arts to teach them? And you even have to wear armor. What is this? It's simply incongruous." Zhang Feng smiled weakly and said, "Teacher, have you ever heard of a saying, 'Only through suffering can one rise above others'?" Chapter 970. Yu Shinan heard this and sighed. "Look at this. Are the barbarians in the barracks celebrating? Or are the students of the academy going crazy?" Zhang Feng's face darkened. "What are you talking about? You may not know, but in this mid-autumn hunt, something has happened." Zhang Feng sighed helplessly and pointed at Chingchimo and the others. "There is nothing we can do about it, so we decided to do this. Later, the students will go to the workshop and ask them to make a batch of special protective gear. Of course, if you are worried, you can go with the students to the mid-autumn hunt yourself." There were still 4 days left. Yu Shinan was also anxious today. After hearing that Zhang Feng was doing something strange, he hurried over to see what this kid wanted to do. But what he saw almost angered him to death. The time was almost up, and he was doing something new. Even if it was Kuju, 3 days of practice might not be enough. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Looking at Yu Shinan, who was slightly angry, he said, "Teacher, don't be anxious. Listen to my plan first." Seeing Zhang Feng staring at him with a burning gaze, Yu Shinan could not help but wave his hand. "Anyway, this academy is yours. Tell me your plan." "Teacher, what I'm teaching now is called rugby. Although it's a bit rushed at this time, what will happen if I change it to Kuju? What I am doing is to train their ability to react on the spot, as well as their ability to cooperate. If it is Kuju, even if I don't say it, you naturally know. There is no order to it, and every time Kuju is played, there will be many people's skin and flesh lacerated, and even their bones and tendons will be broken. Do you think there is any order to it? They're all fighting randomly, or they're using brute force to beat the other side down. What's this? This is the behavior of bandits. Kuju was originally an entertainment to strengthen the body, but they turned it into this. It's simply unsightly." Zhang Feng was telling the truth. Yu Shinan couldn't help but be moved. The appearance of Kuju was originally for entertainment, but it gradually developed into a tool for profit and competition. It had even become a tool for those rich families to compete with their financial resources. Where was the meaning of Kuju? That was why Yu Shinan was so angry when he saw how Zhang Feng dressed the students. At this time, listening to Zhang Feng's words, he couldn't help but nod. He had not paid attention to Kuju for a long time. He didn't even bother going to the mid-autumn hunt anymore. The main reason was that during the mid-autumn hunt every year, other than playing Kuju and reciting poems, it was all about competing with each other. Yu Shernan couldn't help but look at the people in the field again. He was really looking forward to it. If Zhang Feng's change this time could change the culture of Kuju in the Tang dynasty, it would be best if basketball and football were added into the mix. Wouldn't that be what everyone wanted to see? Basketball could strengthen the body and train the body. He had seen it with his own eyes during this period, although it was temporarily ruined by the Imperial College's people. If Zhang Feng could win this mid-autumn hunt, then basketball and football would be considered a success. When the time came, Zhang Feng would invite these people to White Deer College. When these people came to the college, they would first be shown the college's radio gymnastics, then basketball and football. At that time, Yu Shernan couldn't help but feel a little excited. The scene of thousands of people doing exercises on the mountain at the same time was quite spectacular. Thinking of this, Yu Shernan grabbed Zhang Feng. However, after thinking for a while, his face turned red and he said, "Feng, are you sure you can win this mid-autumn hunt? If not, why would I go?" Zhang Feng asked in reply. "Well, let me tell you something. Can you explain it to me? Do you mean that you want this group of little guys to train their teamwork skills by playing catenary football during this period of time?" And Ma Zhou and the others asked them to train basketball, with the purpose of teaching it to the entire academy in the future? Yes. After hearing Yu Shernan's words, Zhang Feng really had a bold idea. That was to go down the mountain to train, just like the monks in TV dramas. Looking around, he grabbed Yu Shernan's arm and said, "Mr. Bo Shi, please come with me. I do have a big plan. Listen to it first." While they were talking, Zhang Feng pulled Yu Shernan into the small wooden house again. After closing the door, Zhang Feng said, "Look, I've seen basketball in Chang'an City these days. Basically, many people don't know how to play it. That's what I mean. The college hasn't opened yet, right? I plan to train a group of people, and let this group of people train all the students in the college. Then, before the college opens, I'll let these more than 3,000 people go to Chang'an City and let them teach it to everyone in Chang'an. This way, we can spread the correct way to use basketball. What do you think?" Chapter 971. Previously, he had been troubled by a lot of things. Zhang Feng had not thought about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty accept basketball quickly. At this moment, he seemed to have found a way. The main thing was to win the mid-autumn hunt, and let the observation group from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights come to White Deer College. At that time, when they went up the mountain, all the students would use the effect of radio gymnastics to promote the popularity of basketball and football. In this way, those who liked gentle people would play basketball. As for those who were reckless and rough, they would play football. As long as they had the strength to break the protective gear, they could do it. Anyway, a protective gear costs 100 strings of coins. In this way, the business would be done. The popularity of basketball and football would not disappear because of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights' disapproval. Instead, it would increase greatly. "Mr. Bo Shi, I'm going to change all the teachers and students, as well as the teachers and students of Chang'an University, into a new style of school uniform. What do you think? If we're going to do it, we'll make it big. What do you think?" Yu Shernan narrowed his eyes and wandered around the living room for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, he asked, "Tell me what the school uniform looks like first. If we go to a ready-made clothing store to buy ready-made clothes, the entire Chang'an City would not be able to produce so many things at once. However, if you want to customize it, even all the ready-made clothing stores in Chang'an City would not be able to do it." Zhang Feng did not say anything. He turned around and drew the style, material, and so on. He thought of the school uniform on a piece of paper. The style of the school uniform was made according to the style of the Chinese tunic suit. He even drew the student's hat at that time. Yu Shernan looked at the style that was similar to that of the Hu people and the commoners. He frowned slightly. "What style is this? It's so weird. You don't understand this, do you? This is called beauty. If there's no beauty in anything, what's the point of it? This is also because there's not enough time. If there's enough time, I want to customize a batch of basketball uniforms and a set of football uniforms. If there's a female class in the future, I want to have uniforms for all the female students." Yu Shernan was at a loss. If he were to wear such a costume, then wouldn't he be no different from a commoner? How was this appearance any different from the extraterrestrial barbarians? He did not believe that this was the only way Zhang Feng could think of. He shook his head and said, "No, your idea is very good. The academy must have its own service. For example, Confucian scholars need to wear Confucian robes, commoners wear short shirts, and soldiers wear their armor. This is a principle that has never changed since ancient times. Have you ever seen a commoner wear Confucian robes? This is simply ridiculous. This matter is not under discussion." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with disappointment. He was still a little too hasty. In this era, there were still some rules about class division and dressing. For example, there were strict rules about sitting, walking, eating, sleeping, and so on. At this time, it was simply impossible for this group of stubborn old men to change their inherent thinking. Thinking of this, the excitement on Zhang Feng's face slowly dissipated. He lit a cigarette and sat in the room. After walking a few rounds, he said, "Teacher, what do you think if we use sky blue as the main color and customize a batch of Confucian robes that belong to us? Although I have a textile factory with this concept here, and I've told Laoli before that there are 3 major factories. Now there are 4 types of factories: the paper factory, the smelter factory, the rubber factory, and the winery. However, the most important textile factory is also the time to prepare." "Textile factory? Tell me about your plan." "At this time, Laoli and the others really haven't told me about it. As for the other things you said, the old man has seen them before. Do you want to use this school uniform to start a textile factory?" Yu Shinan took a sip of the pot of tea that Zhang Feng didn't know how long it had been. The main thing was that this lazy guy's furnace was extinguished. At this time, his mouth was abnormally dry. It was too late to start a fire. The most important thing was that Yu Shinan wanted to suppress the hot blood in his heart. He knew that Zhang Feng was keeping him in suspense. However, it was also because of this suspense that Yu Shinan was dying of curiosity at this time. Yu Shinan wanted to refute, but when he thought of the few things this kid came up with that were so shocking, he couldn't help but have a strong interest in the textile factory that he heard Li Yuan mention before. After all, at this time, the Tang dynasty was basically mainly based on silk, ceramics, and tea leaves. And the production of silk, how to start a factory. Did they want to plant mulberry trees in this back mountain? In this case, without 7 or 8 years, how could it be done well? With a stomach full of doubts, Yu Shinan stared into Zhang Feng's eyes and asked, "Fengzi, tell me about your idea. And this textile factory, how do you want to do it?" Zhang Feng smiled confidently and said, "In fact, it's nothing. You know that someone is messing with me now, but at present, I really don't know who is messing with me. We have to find a way. Now that Lao Niu has brought people to Lantian to look for coal mines, this is bound to be related to the Taiyuan Wang clan. And now, basically all the major noble families have been provoked. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, it doesn't itch. So we might as well take the initiative to leak the spearhead. Aren't they hiding in the dark? Then let's do something big. We will take the initiative to attack from the business, as well as the cultural industry of this academy, and so on. What do you think?" Sitting and waiting for death is not my character, Zhang Feng. Chapter 972. Yu Shinan was so shocked by Zhang Feng's words that he smacked his lips twice. They had come to Shao Mountain not to satisfy their appetite, nor to see how good Zhang Feng was at stirring up trouble. What they valued was Zhang Feng's courage and insight, as well as his unique and innovative teaching methods. They had also seen the problem that Zhang Feng was facing. They couldn't see anything in terms of business at the moment. After all, everything had reached its climax. Even if others wanted to, they couldn't replicate it. This was the trigger for the conflict. If they couldn't do anything to Shao Mountain, what could they do? Wouldn't it be better to destroy Shao Mountain in other ways? Wouldn't this be exactly what they wanted? They couldn't find a Kuju team, so they deliberately delayed the release of the news. Then, they only released the news 5 days before the basketball game was rejected. Anyone would be angry. As for those people in the dark, they were waiting for Zhang Feng to get angry. Once Zhang Feng got angry, there would be a joint report. Zhang Feng publicly insulted the court officials, and was dissatisfied with the mid-autumn hunt. Although Yu Shinan and the others knew that Laoli was the emperor, they couldn't stop these people from gossiping. Even if Zhang Feng chose to remain silent, when the time came for the autumn hunt, if the disciples of the White Deer Institute were to lose out, the White Deer Institute would still be shut down. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted? They couldn't do anything to you if you hid on the mountain. However, they just had to destroy everything on the mountain. Wouldn't you come down the mountain? But now? Yu Shinan suddenly realized Zhang Feng's intention from Zhang Feng's plan. He wanted to start a war with the people hiding in the dark. Zhang Feng was really angry. Yu Shinan couldn't help but mourn for Zhang Feng's enemies when he thought of the terrifying weapons in the smelter, and what Zhang Feng said at that time. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Come up with a plan immediately. We'll discuss it with Lao Li later. You just focus on preparing for the mid-autumn hunt. We'll take care of these things." After all, Old Man and the others haven't been seen in the market for the past 2 years. They say that the Old Man and the others are part of White Deer College. They don't even give face to the Old Man. Old Man wants to see who dares to mess with me. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. He was waiting for this sentence. As long as the 4 Confucian scholars stood up and supported him, what did he have to be afraid of? He hurriedly bent over the table and wrote down the plan. Yu Shinan asked, "Now tell me, how are you going to set up the textile factory? You can't possibly plant mulberry trees in the back of the mountain and wait 7 or 8 years before you start weaving, right?" I told Lao Li about the textile factory. It's going to be built under the waterfall. We'll build a water wheel there and use the water wheel to drive the linkage. Then, we'll be able to operate hundreds of looms at the same time. Plus, we won't need many people to operate it. Yu Shinan wanted to say that it was a fantasy, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Yu Qigong, who they thought had already left the mountain, suddenly shouted at the door. Zhang Feng was so scared that his hand trembled. A good piece of paper was basically scrapped. Zhang Feng complained with some annoyance. "Old Yu, can you *King make a sound like thunder?" "I'm fine, but what if something happens to Mr. Bashi because you scared him? Can you bear the responsibility?" However, Yu Qigong acted as if he didn't hear him. He rubbed his hands and walked into the living room. He stared at Zhang Feng with shining eyes and asked, "You said that something like that, can you leave it to my people to do it?" Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong, who was almost drooling as he stared at him, and felt the hairs on his body stand up. Old Yu already had a rough appearance. If his portrait was pasted on the door, it would be even more effective than a door god. At this moment, Yu Qigong was excited. The army had always lacked food and clothing. On one hand, it was because of the problem of salary. As long as there was a way to earn money, Yu Qigong would do it even if he had to rob. After all, there were so many brothers in the army who were crying piteously for food. Seeing that it was going to get cold soon, he began to worry about the army's winter clothing. There was a lot of activity in the army, and a piece of clothing would be torn after a short period of time. In addition, they had to move around in the muddy water all year round. Sometimes, they were so sleepy that they couldn't stand it anymore. Many soldiers would wrap themselves in their clothes and lie down in the mud to sleep. A piece of clothing couldn't last for 3 months. It was about the same as the clothes of a beggar. Every year, every season, the imperial court would only distribute clothing and supplies. However, this was basically a drop in the bucket. The amount of clothing that could be distributed in the army was based on the number of people on the permanent staff. In addition to the permanent staff, there were more people than the permanent staff. Outside of the permanent staff, there were people who gathered intelligence for them and sent messages. These people's identities were all hidden. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would report their status. The main reason was to protect these people. Therefore, it didn't matter during the summer. At worst, they could just go bare-chested. However, it was impossible during the winter. Every winter, there would be a large number of soldiers who would freeze to death due to hunger and cold. Now that he had gotten a piece of information from Zhang Feng that could allow his brothers to have a good winter, how could he give up on this hope? Chapter 973. The more he thought about it, the more agitated Yu Qigong became. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulders. "Brat, let me ask you, what do you think about the textile factory's effects? When will it start?" His eyes were half hopeful, half pleading. Zhang Feng's eyes rolled back. He hit Yu Qigong's hand weakly and said, "Old Yu, can you let go of me first? I'm about to be choked to death by you." Zhang Feng could almost hear his shoulder blades groaning in pain. "I won't let go. If you don't say it, I won't let go even if I die." Yu Qigong seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. His hands were like iron pincers that tightly gripped Zhang Feng. It was as if he would strangle Zhang Feng to death if Zhang Feng dared to say no. Zhang Feng kept cursing in his heart, but he didn't dare to curse out loud. Yu Shinan was also a little anxious. He saw the cold sweat on Zhang Feng's face and his trembling hands and feet. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yu Qigong's arm. "Old man ordered you to let go. If you don't let go, this brat will die." Yu Qigong stared at Yu Shinan with bloodshot eyes. Instantly, Yu Shinan was so scared that he stepped back and fell into a chair. Zhang Feng was also a little frightened by Yu Qigong's current state. He quickly said, "Old Yu, let's talk nicely. I've been planning for this textile factory for a long time. Laoli knows about it, but it's still early and I've been too busy recently. Where would I have the time? If I hadn't mentioned the school uniform today. Why didn't you get this thing out earlier?" Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng with bloodshot eyes. "Why didn't you get this thing out 10 years ago? Do you know how we survived the winter 10 years ago? You didn't experience the winter of Long Yu Dao, right? At that time my family, my brothers were lost in the vast desert. In the end, they were forced into the snowy mountains by the Turks. It wasn't that my brothers couldn't fight. If they fought, they wouldn't be a match even if they had several times the number of my brothers. But they were cold. In the end, they were frozen to death on Mount Qilian. When we finally found them, hundreds of people were holding their weapons and our supplies, frozen into ice sculptures. Fengzi, have you ever had such an experience? If you see your life and death friends, when you see Tang Yo and the others, what?" As he spoke, Yu Qigong cried. As soon as he thought of these Motherf Kurs and his brothers who had been frozen to death, Yu Qigong exploded. He said with a hoarse voice, "You are indeed an expert, but so what? Where were you back then? Even if you weren't around back then, why didn't your master take this out? Go and ask around about Long Yu Dao. If it weren't for me, old Yu." Yu Shinan saw that Yu Qigong had completely lost his mind, and almost revealed what had happened back then. He hurriedly scolded, "Old man, I know you care about your brothers, but they can't come back to life. Besides, this isn't Feng's fault. Why are you venting your anger on Feng? If you have the ability, go argue with Laoli." "Ah!" Yu Qigong angrily roared to the sky. The people training outside the door were so scared that they didn't know what had happened. But Scarface, Jia Daoren, had never seen General Yu Qi roar like this before. He couldn't help but feel sad. He also roared, "Continue training. As long as you don't die, go all out." Inside the room, Yu Qigong seemed to have sobered up a bit after the angry roar. He stared at Zhang Feng and continued, "Feng, my tone is a bit harsh, but you really don't understand some things. Haven't you always wondered why we have so much strength? Why people like us can do business? Have you been wondering why our military training can be tested in the Chang and military camp?" Zhang Feng hadn't thought about it. Now that Yu Qigong took the initiative to talk about it, he couldn't help but nod curiously, forgetting the pain in his shoulder. Yu Shinan opened his mouth and finally sighed. He smoked fiercely, and didn't want to look into Yu Qigong's eyes. Yu Qigong said as if he was sleep-talking, 10 years ago, we were young men in our 20s. Our families suffered a disaster. I was born a blacksmith. Old He was also born a farmer. But because of the turmoil, we had to join the army to fill our stomachs. We thought that we could eat well after joining the army, but we didn't expect that the darkness in the army was not a place for people to stay. At that time, the army I was in was stationed at the Jade Gate Pass outside Liangzhou. A group of playmates from my village who grew up with me were on their way back to escort supplies when they encountered the Turks heading south. In order to protect the supplies, Yu Qigong couldn't stop his tears from flowing as he spoke. So after that, Old He and I left the army camp. But our brothers couldn't die in vain. That's why we try our best to earn money every year, and give them as many supplies as we can. Every time I see those cheering soldiers in the barracks, I can't help but think of my old friend's shadow. So some people always say that we're rough people, that we're boorish people. Why? Who are we protecting with our lives? If it weren't for the border that we used our lives to fill, who the F***ck would be so comfortable now? Why? Why do rich people look down on us? Why? Chapter 974. The more Yuchigong spoke, the more agitated he became. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 10 years completely exploded at this moment. He shook Zhang Feng's shoulders with all his might, tears streaming down his face. It was as if Zhang Feng, who was in his hands, was the murderer who had killed his brother. Seeing Yuchigong's crazed state, Zhang Feng was no longer anxious or worried. He could feel Yuchigong's heart-wrenching pain, despair, and coldness. He was a person who had seen the most despairing thing in his life, but now, he could easily obtain warmth. Under the surging emotions of loss and gain, he actually thought of his former brother. He thought of the tragic state of his brother, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture in order to give the resources in his hands to the brother who needed him more, and went to protect his home. So, emotions needed to be vented. When something was buried in one's heart for a long time, it would multiply. When it encountered a trigger point, this kind of grief and sorrow would be vented out like a geyser. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to make old Yu let go, he heard a muffled sound. Yuchigong, who was strangling him, slowly fell to the ground. Behind him, the gloomy Qing Yaojin slowly withdrew his hand knife. It was obvious that this hand knife was made by him. Originally, Qing Yaojin was preparing to go to Chang'an City. After learning about Zhang Feng's situation, he wanted to go up the mountain to take a look, but he ended up seeing this scene. He also saw the crazed Yuchigong. He was afraid that he would hurt Zhang Feng, so he decisively knocked him out. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly collapsed on the recliner, gasping for breath. His two arms seemed to have no feeling, hanging limply on both sides, extremely numb and itchy. Qing Yaojin didn't care about the unconscious Yuchigong on the ground. He dragged him aside by his feet, and tore open Zhang Feng's clothes. As soon as he tore open the clothes, Qing Yaojin and Yu Shinan couldn't help but gasp. They saw that both sides of Zhang Feng's neck were swollen, and the places where he had been strangled were bruised. Zhang Feng's arms were purplish-black. Obviously, there was a serious lack of blood. Zhang Feng struggled to wave his hands, but the pain made him grit his teeth. He could only smile bitterly and say, "I'm fine. It's just that my shoulders hurt a lot. I should be fine after resting for 2 days and applying my alcohol. This is a lack of blood. I just need to move around." Zhang Feng saw that Qing Yaojin was holding his shoulders, and his eyes were filled with tears. He quickly continued to say, "It was my fault just now. Old Yu's mind was too agitated. He needs to recuperate. I don't dare to be careless. It's best to ask old Sun to prescribe him some medicine." Qing Yaojin glared at Zhang Feng and said, "You're too careless. If I didn't come in time, who knows what would have happened? You're in so much pain, and you still have the time to care about that old bastard? If you don't win this time, if you don't win the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, it'll be intolerable." Qing Yaojin was somewhat gratified by Zhang Feng's performance. If Lao Li knew about this, then the consequences. He turned his head and glared at Yu Shinan and said, "It's not like you don't know old Yu's temper. When he's angry, no one can drink from him. Just bear with it and watch. What if something happens to Fengzi? As long as you shout, Lao Tzu doesn't believe that Iron Bull and the others won't be able to do anything to him." As he spoke, Qing Yaojin angrily rushed to the door. He glared at Qing Chimo and the others and waved his hand. Then he pointed at Qing Chimo and the others and scolded, "You guys are Fengzi's brothers. Just now, something almost happened to Fengzi in front of you. Don't you guys know? Have all the food you've eaten all these years gone to the dog's stomachs? And you guys have been in the military for more than 10 years. Are you guys just waiting to die in the military? Can't you see that? Wait, all of you go and receive your rewards. Everyone will follow the military rules and receive 20 military trophies. If there's a next time, don't blame Lao Tzu for not recognizing you." No one dared to say anything. Now that Zhang Feng was lying in the room, he couldn't see Qing Yaojin's appearance. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. At this time, Cheng Yaojin had returned to the appearance of the ruthless demon king in Chang, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. Zhang Feng endured the soreness in his body and hurriedly asked Yu Shinan to help him out of the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he bitterly smiled and said, "It was supposed to be a happy occasion, but I was deliberately mystifying it and caused a misunderstanding. I've implicated you all. When I'm better, I'll make a table of good things that you haven't eaten before. I'll make it up to you as an apology. How about that?" Chapter 975. Shiwa ran to Sun Simiao's bamboo hut as soon as the incident happened. After a while, Sun Simiao, Ouyang Sun, and the others rushed over after hearing about Zhang Feng's incident. Cheng Chimo and the others put Zhang Feng on the bed in a flurry. However, Zhang Feng screamed the moment he touched the bed. Sun Simiao's face darkened as he glared at Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, who was lying on the ground. Ouyang Sun, who disliked Zhang Feng the most, was furious when he heard that Zhang Feng was in trouble and that the culprit was Yu Qigong. He was so angry that he kicked Yu Qigong's but a few times as soon as he entered the room. When Sun Simiao arrived, he chased everyone out, including Hai Huai and Yu Qigong. Only he and Zhang Feng were left in the wooden hut. Outside the wooden hut, everyone's face darkened. Cheng Yaojin clenched his fists and sighed in front of the wooden hut with his hands behind his back. He knew Yu Qigong's strength very well. That guy had always been holding a lamb in his hands. He could have crushed it with one hand. How much strength did he have? Could Zhang Feng's neck be stronger than that lamb's head? The meteor hammer was as light as a feather in his hands. What was the weight of other people's meteor hammers? More than 10 caddies were already impressive, but this guy's meteor hammer weighed a total of 40 caddies. With this kind of strength, how much strength could he possibly have when his mind was in turmoil just now? One could tell just by looking at Zhang Feng's neck and arms. If by any chance something really happened to this brat, it would be strange if the emperor and the retired emperor didn't kill everyone here based on their tempers. However, Yu Qigong couldn't be blamed completely. This old guy was also sad because of that incident. Yu Qigong was Niu Jinda. Li Jing and the others had been partners with him for many years. Everyone knew their tempers very well. Therefore, everyone chose not to touch on the matter of that year. Watching more than 700 of his brothers from the same village being frozen into ice sculptures right in front of his eyes with widened eyes and weapons in hand, no one would be able to bear it. This left a lingering shadow in the heart of this man who was made of iron forever. In the room, when Sun Simiao removed all of Zhang Feng's clothes, he couldn't help but be shocked. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Seeing this, Zhang Feng endured the pain and said, "Elder son, don't be angry. It's nothing." "That's nothing? You're already injured to this extent, and you still say that you're fine? How big is your heart? From now on, don't speak. Old man, I'm going to perform acupuncture. I'll open up the blood vessels in your arms first." As he spoke, Sun Simiao took out his box of silver needles that were comparable to barbecue sticks, and was about to stab him. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment. I'll show you something good. Wipe it on your body. This thing can be said to be a treasure. It can reduce inflammation, promote blood circulation, and disinfect miraculously." Sun Simiao didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Feng. He held the silver needle above the oil lamp, and was about to stab Zhang Feng. This scared Zhang Feng so much that he dodged repeatedly. "Elder son, trust me this time. How can I mess around with my life? This is something I prepared long ago. This thing is called alcohol. It's a treasure extracted from white wine." Sun Simiao had studied white wine before. As long as this thing was lit with fire and used on people, it would indeed have the magical effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say that there was something good, he frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have taken it out a little earlier." Zhang Feng was afraid that elder son would copy old Yu, so he hurriedly struggled to sit up. Then he used his mouth to point at the shoe box he created and said, "It's inconvenient for me to move around. Elder son, please help me take it out. It's in the secret compartment under the shoe box." Although Sun Simiao was a little suspicious, Zhang Feng still couldn't bear to see Zhang Feng sucking in cold air in pain. Gritting his teeth, Sun Simiao poked his head down to look for it. Sure enough, the bottom of the shoebox was pulled out. Sure enough, there was a sound like a door bolt. Then Sun Simiao's hand lifted up vigorously. A secret compartment appeared under the shoebox. There was also a burst of wine fragrance inside. The secret compartment was about half the size of the bed, but there were about 7 or 8 jars of wine neatly placed inside. Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This is the last of my stock. There's really no more white wine. By the way, the jar with the word alcohol circled with red paint is alcohol. Don't take the wrong one." Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He picked up a few small wine jars that were only the size of a fist next to a big jar. He took 5 of them and put them into his arms. He took out another jar, first opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful. Then he slowly closed the secret compartment and asked, "How do I use this thing?" "Let's use the same method as the white wine trial. Pat it or rub it." Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "Rub it first, and then pat it after the body is hot. The effect will be better. Do you have a smaller silver needle, such as a silver needle as thick as a strand of hair?" Sun Simiao took out the largest silver needle from the box full of silver needles. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "No, do you want to prick open the extravasated blood? Or just let him be in pain like this?" Chapter 976. Outside the small wooden hut, Ouyang Sun and the others had also heard the news and came over. When they saw Yu Shinan and the others, they gathered together and whispered, pointing at Yu Qigong from time to time. Yu Qigong was anxious, his right fist pounding back and forth in his left palm as he paced around Zhang Feng's door. At this moment, 1 or 2 screams and groans could be heard from inside the room, causing Yu Qigong and the others to be even more alarmed. If this had happened to someone else, they really wouldn't have cared. But this was Zhang Feng, and it was a huge mistake that he had made himself. At this moment, even Yu Qigong, a man of steel, felt his cheeks turn red. But when he thought of the thing that Zhang Feng had mentioned, Yu Qigong stiffened his neck and felt that it was right. Cheng Yaojin looked at Yu Qigong, then at Ouyang Sun and the others, and then at Zhang Feng's tightly shut door. He couldn't help but sigh and pat Yu Qigong on the shoulder. He could understand Yu Qigong's current feelings. No one would be able to remain calm at this moment. If Zhang Feng's thing was created, what would it be like? It would allow the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the army to never suffer from the cold again. It wasn't just Yu Qigong. Even he himself was boiling with excitement when he heard about this. At this moment, Zhang Feng's tightly shut door slowly opened, and Sun Simiao walked out with a medicine box. Seeing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly went up and asked, "Elder son, how is Feng Zi?" Sun Simiao glared at Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, the warning in his eyes self-evident. Feng Zi is fine. His shoulders are a little dislocated, and his meridians are blocked and shifted. Old man has already used acupuncture to release the clotted blood and reset his bones. As long as he recuperates, he will be fine. But listen carefully, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will definitely report Feng Zi's matter as it is. Hearing Sun Simiao's words, Yu Qigong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no sequelae, this kid was only 20 years old. After a few days of recuperation and some nourishing ingredients, he would be able to jump around again. In the end, Yu Qigong still held back. Otherwise, would his shoulders be as hard as a sheep's head? Coupled with Zhang Feng's miraculous alcohol, Sun Simiao could only relieve the blood clot on his arm, and then reposition it. At this moment, his mind was still filled with the word, alcohol. Sun Simiao took a look at the fist-sized porcelain bottle of alcohol that he had gotten from Zhang Feng. He happily went to brew the medicine for Zhang Feng. And while he was at it, he also went to study the gunpowder potion. As soon as Sun Simiao left, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin went straight to Zhang Feng's bedroom. Shiva, who was at the door, pretended not to see anything and went back to training with Ching Chimo and Scarface Jia Daoren. As soon as the 6 of them entered, they could smell the smell of alcohol in the air. They couldn't help but look at each other. There was still some left? What time was it now? Could it be that he was secretly drinking just now? Zhang Feng leaned against the pillow with difficulty. As if he could see the intentions of the 4, he hurriedly said, "This is alcohol. You've seen Idiot Way before. If you want to drink, I don't care." But please go down the mountain and drink. I still have half a jar here. It's enough for you to die. Yu Shinan and the others didn't understand what it was. After Cheng Yaojin explained, they could only rub their noses and pretend they didn't hear anything. They pointed at Zhang Feng's arm. Yu Shinan asked, "The smell of alcohol on you, is it alcohol?" "Yes, old Yu and the others know. I haven't used this before, but this time it's all thanks to this thing. Otherwise, this kid really wouldn't be able to escape this time." They couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. Was this thing really that magical? However, Zhang Feng didn't dare to elaborate. There was only a little left of this thing now. If he didn't save a little, he might run into another idiot one day and finish it for him. If he encountered such an emergency, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng with red eyes and said, "Fengzi, are you sure you're okay?" Zhang Feng's face was pale as he grimaced. He raised his right hand with difficulty and instantly grimaced in pain. "Then you..." Before Zhang Feng could finish, Yu Qigong saw this and began to undress with a serious expression. He also took out the broom behind the door and threw it to Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, this time I was reckless. You can scold or hit me if you want. But after that, can you take responsibility for this manufacturing workshop? I promise that I'll give you as much as you deserve. I don't want a single cent. However, you should know that many of our brothers in the army don't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear. Every winter, many people freeze to death. It's going to be winter soon. Old you really don't want to see the tragic state of our brothers back then. In the end, they froze to death in that place in order to protect their home. In the end, even their corpses didn't come back. Although I'm a businessman now, but..." As he spoke, Yu Qigong had already taken off his clothes, leaving only his undershirt. Yu Shinan and the others were also touched. They looked at Zhang Feng without saying a word. Zhang Feng sighed and said, "When did I say I wanted to hit you? Even if you didn't say it, I would still sell these things. I promise you, I'll let you take full responsibility for this matter." Chapter 977. Yu Qigong was like a child as he walked away happily. Zhang Feng sighed indifferently. Ouyang Sun and Chu Suiliang opened their mouths, but in the end, they left Yu Shinan behind and left silently. Yu Shinan and Cheng Yaojin carried Zhang Feng from the bed to the lounge chair at the door. Cheng Yaojin wanted to say something a few times, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Zhang Feng also saw the strange look on their faces. He smiled and said, "Mr. Bashi Old Chen, what kind of relationship do we have? If you have something to say, just say it." Old Yu is a straightforward person. Although the first time we met was a little unpleasant, I am not a person who holds grudges. Young man, please don't blame old Yu for this. Yu Shinan smacked his lips and said, "Are you wondering why we, the high and mighty scholars, have such a close relationship with businessmen like Lao Li and old Yu?" Zhang Feng didn't want to know that it was all fake. In this era, among the scholars, farmers and businessmen, merchants were the lowest position. They were reviled as porters, who bought low and sold high, and so on. But this was the market economy. If it weren't for their existence, how could taxes and the circulation of goods be promoted? However, these scholars were all high and mighty characters. Normally, these merchants would have to salute even if they saw a Confucian scholar, let alone these famous Confucian scholars. However, since the beginning of Chang'an University, the relationship between Lao Li and Yu Shinan, as well as Sun Simiao and the others, was as good as brothers. This made Zhang Feng curious. Zhang Feng nodded his head and said, "I hope that teacher can clear up my doubts. However, I am also very curious. Lao Yu is a frank and upright person. Even if I made such a big joke with him before, Lao Yu didn't complain at all. But today, when we talked about the textile factory, why did his temperament change so much? Also, why would a brother be frozen like that?" With his hands behind his back, Yu Shinan gazed at the dazzling sunlight in the east. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "You might not be aware of this, but I'll have to start from the previous Yangguang army's expedition to Goguryeo. 300,000 soldiers were buried there. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're a commoner, a merchant, or a descendant of an aristocratic family? You're wrong. At the end of the Sui dynasty, There were 72 rebellious kings and 36 bandits who wreaked havoc in the world. How could there be a paradise in this world? At that time, Old Yu and the others were hot-blooded youths who cared about their country and the world. But what happened in the end? Have you ever seen someone who was so hungry that they could only eat tree bark and roots to survive? Or have you ever seen people who eat rice and meat in order to survive? I've seen it. At this moment, Yu Shernan's entire body was trembling. His face was pale, as if he was recalling those tragic scenes. After a long while he continued. Originally, they were preparing to seek a living because of the disaster that befell their families. But when they saw these things on the way, they were all hot-blooded youths. Which one of them didn't want to quell the chaos and return peace to the world? But everyone has their own ambitions. From that time, we met in Chang, and city and prepared to work together for the sake of the world. Don't ask how we met. After so many years, what you can see is our present. But what about what you haven't seen? So don't blame Old Yu. At that time, after he joined the army, he was full of mettle. When he returned to the village, he basically brought all the youths in the village with him. But it was also on that winter day that he was stationed in Liangzhou because of military orders. Those from his village were not so lucky, and became part of the army. In the winter of the 13th year of the Day dynasty, more than 30 of his brothers and more than 100 of his village's descendants were attacked by the Sui dynasty soldiers, and the Turks who took advantage of the chaos to raid the south. In the end, they were forced to enter Mount Qilian. At this point, Cheng Yaojin saw that Yu Shernan's voice was trembling, so he sighed and said, "That batch of military supplies was basically the first batch of military uniforms for the frontline soldiers to pass the winter. But how could 100 or 200 people resist 3,000 Turks? There were also Sui dynasty soldiers chasing after them. No one knew how they stopped those people. By the time we received the news, it was already the next day. When Old Yu and I arrived, we saw that Mount Qilian was littered with corpses, all of them Turkic corpses. When we reached the summit, we saw that the ground was littered with Turkic corpses that had been tied to trees. Some of the soldiers had bitten a Turk's ear or a piece of flesh to death." Cheng Yaojin's eyes were red. His fists were tightly clenched, and his already large eyes were so wide that they seemed like they would pop out of their sockets. Zhang Feng was silent. He stood up with difficulty and deeply bowed to the east. Yu Qigong lowered his head and crouched on the ground, his body twitching. No one knew what sorrowful memories he was going through. Cheng Yaojin calmed himself down and said, "By the time we reached the mountain, there were only 7 people left of the 100-some people. And behind these 7 people were our supplies. And they were still tightly gripping their weapons, their eyes still fixed on the enemy at the foot of the mountain. But their movements were forever frozen. So Fengzi, this is a nightmare for everyone who experienced that battle. No one dares to lightly touch it, but today, alas." Cheng Yaojin heavily sighed, but in the end he said nothing. There was only silence.